What's up, everybody, and welcome back here to another day on the IESF World Championships. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Neff, and we are on to the final day of qualifiers here for Americas. Before we jump into that, Neff, how you doing, man? It's always good to see you.
My heart's about to be broken, Ricky. It's the last day that I get to spend with you and our viewers and these teams, and we only have a best of one here for Argentina versus Peru. I'm sad. I'm incredibly sad.
It is always bittersweet, right? Having to come down to the last day, but we get to watch some fun Dota at least, and this should be a really good day. We are kicking things off with Argentina versus Peru for the Southern Cone qualifier. The winner advances to IESF's World Championship tournament, and then of course we have the Northern Cone match, which is between Colombia and Ecuador and Costa Rica. So that should be a lot of fun. Those two teams have looked really good. I think Costa Rica might be surprising some people, but speaking of surprising some people, dude, Argentina has looked very strong.
They have. A lot of people thought that they would lose to Brazil. I think we were kind of in that same boat as well. And now here they are, deciding who the last spot is going to be from this cone up against Peru, which is, a powerhouse region inside Dota 2, I would say. Both Beast Coast and Evil Geniuses, the majority of their players are from Peru. So I am super surprised to see the strength of all these Argentinian players come out here. And I think it's a little bit of a buff to them just having to play a best of one, because we saw that against Brazil. I think it took them by surprise. They ended up turning things around on Brazil. They have the same opportunity to do that here against Peru, due to the fact that, again, this Team Peru is the was it the infamous Hikori squad? Hikori squad, yeah. It's the Hikori squad that you can do a lot of research on. You know what a lot of these people are going to be playing. They've played together for a while. And Argentina showed yesterday that they're super familiar with a lot of these meta heroes, and I don't think Peru is the same. But let's move over to the Argentina lineup here, Ricky.
I'd love to. We can take another look at these players. So I will say the biggest standout performance I think for us that we've seen so far has been Shifu. on the mid lane. He has looked incredibly good, roughly a rank 300 immortal, from what I could tell. And then, of course, captained by the one and only Widge, top 100, absolutely incredible support player, and Hermit in the offlane, also very, very high tier offlane player. So they've got a great lineup. I mean, these are very formidable players, and Peru, I doubt they're gonna be slacking at all, or trying to go easy on them at all today. I imagine they are not going to try and give Argentina any advantage.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you don't have a ton of data to go off of here. Like, we just had the match against Brazil, and then the match against Chile, which of course Argentina ended up winning. Mid laner Shifu obviously playing another Spirit hero, Storm Spirit, in that game, ended 11-1 in 13. So I think Spirit heroes are something that they're going to be looking out for on Team Peru, banning Argentina from being able to pick those up. I think you got to shut down Sifu's game. Just kind of accept that everyone else can kind of have what they want, but you got to stop this guy from getting the Spirit heroes that he wants. Otherwise, he's just going to pop off with them, like we saw.
Yeah, I 100% agree. He has been really dominant in the qualifiers so far. So if he gets there, if he has the ability to pop off in another game, if he gets his Void Spirit and do a decent Void Spirit game, which, I mean, it almost feels like there is no such thing as a bad Void Spirit game. There's just ones that aren't amazing. So yeah, I have to say I'm excited, but a lot of talk about Argentina. I think it's time we talk about Peru. So let's go and take a look at their lineup. So you guys probably pretty familiar with some of these guys: Gardic, Lumiere, Vitali, El Micho, and Alone. All of them staples of the Peru region. 4 of them currently on the Hokori roster, but have El Micho standing in for them in the 4 position. And that is only because Michael, I believe, is their current 4, and he is from Bolivia. So just rounding the roster out with the 5th Peruvian player, and it's going to be El Micho.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that I think that they are at a little bit of a disadvantage here on the side of Peru, because we could guess exactly where all the heroes that we saw in the last game on Peru's side were going. Like, we know that Alone was going to pick up the SF. In the game that we didn't watch, he ended up picking up the Invoker. We know Lumiere was going to be playing that Templar Assassin because it's his most played hero. I do think it's fairly easy to predict where these players are going to end up and what lanes they're going to end up in. And I think because of that, it does give Argentina a little bit of an advantage. But we'll see if Peru can overcome that, even if they know exactly where they're going to be playing, what they're going to be playing during the draft, if it even matters. If there's a big enough skill gap between these two teams that the extra information that Argentina has to work with these Peru players will allow them to come out on top. That is some exciting part of this upcoming best-of-1 series to me.
Yeah, I agree. I'm completely with you on that. I think Peru is probably one of those teams that I think is just generally strong enough that even if you kind of have an idea of where they're going to draft, and you think you might have like this underhand draft advantage of not really knowing what Argentina wants to pick, Peru might just be good enough that it doesn't matter. Like, the team execution at the end of the day is what's going to win you these games. And we saw that in some of our first series early on, like when we were watching the Northern Cone qualifiers. We saw some of these teams that we thought for sure we're going to be able to win out in these tournaments, and it ended up just coming down to a more experienced team, a team that had played a little bit more together, that just played better in team fights. Even at the MMR disadvantage, managed to win. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we'll see whether or not that is what happens today. Is there anything particularly you're looking forward to that's going to shine, especially today, from either of these teams?
Not necessarily. I'm mostly looking forward to Diablo, which coming out tomorrow. And then, mostly looking forward to that. But on the Dota scene, no, I think we're just actually in for some good quality Dota. I think both of these series today should be a lot of fun. The second series is going to be a best of 3 as opposed to a best of 1. So we get to, potentially see that go all 3 games, which I think up until now, every series has been a 2-0. So maybe, just maybe, the Ecuador Costa Rica series will go to 3 games. So that's something that I'm potentially excited for.
Yeah, these best of ones, it leaves you a taste in your mouth. You just want more. You get a little bit of an appetizer, but it's not enough here. So I was when I was looking over the schedule at first, I thought the grand finals here would be a best of 5. I didn't realize it was just one game, but it makes it hella exciting to me. That's when upsets happen, when these best of 1 series. And yeah, sure, it makes the other team want to come back for more later on. But as a viewer, it's always super exciting just seeing a team that might not necessarily beat another team in a 3-game series happen to be better in that 1 game. And I think Dota is a game that can happen quite often in, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's like some of everyone's favorite parts of TI is like first day of lower bracket where they're all just best of 1 eliminations, 4 teams go home, you know, and it's just like those games are brutal to watch, but they are super exciting. Like those have always been some of the most fun ones for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's I mean, again, talking some of these theoretical matchups here. Again, we saw a lot of Spirit heroes picked up yesterday by Argentina. Other than that, mostly things inside the meta. We saw Venomancer come out from Argentina. We saw Offlane Doom come out from Hermit over here. Do you imagine Peru just kind of sticks with what they know as well, or they try to pull a rabbit out of their hat, things that are a little bit unexpected against Argentina? Because I think, again, when there's best of 1, if you fall back on the information that they have to work with on the side of Argentina, it could put you at a disadvantage here.
It could. It definitely could. I think for the most part, if you're Peru, I think you just have to rely and trust your skill. Like, these guys are really seasoned. Like, they've played a lot of Dota together. And I think the best thing that they can do is probably going to be to rely on what they know and what they're good at executing, and just trust that will carry them, you know, to victory, rather than trying to do something cheeky and trying to beat Argentina in Argentina's game, you know. So I think for the most part, it's a safer play for them to just stick with what they know, what's good in the meta, and what they've been practicing.
What's kind of surprising to me is neither of the offlaners really play a ton of Underlord, which seemed really popular at the beginning of the patch because we're so heavily relying on auras, but all of a sudden a lot of teams have decided not to go for them as often. Do you have any idea why that is?
He was really popular at the start of
pubs.
Well, he was really popular at the start of 3-3, but they nerfed the hero pretty sizably in 3-3C, whereas like some of the other ones like didn't really receive the same kind of nerf. Most notably, like his Fiend's Gate had double the mana cost, which is pretty nuts. And they increased the channel time. Yeah, it's like all these things that just made this hero like pretty strong got nerfed, and I think the Fiend's Gate was a big part of it. So the fact that it has increased channel time, way more mana cost, they reduced the damage reduction on Atrophy Aura, so his laning stage is just a little bit worse. I think they nerfed his talents as well, so his like Firestorm cooldown talent got nerfed. It's just all sorts of things like just hit this hero, and I think they add up quite a bit. And it's like, why would you pick the Underlord when you can just pick something like a Darkseer, or pick something like the Beastmaster that's still super strong, or Doom? You know, it's like there's just a lot of other offlaners that play a little bit more aggressive right now. And I think the Fiend's Gate was like the big part of Underlord that made him good in 7.33, but I think it is a little bit less valuable now.
Yeah, I mean, all these things make sense. And I know you've been watching a lot of SA Dota in particular. You've been casting a lot of these games on your own channel, have you not?
Yep, I've been following almost the entire SA DPC up until now. Basically up until we started covering this, and then I missed a few, but yeah.
Shame on you, missing SA DPC to cover SA World Championship games.
Yeah, it's not one SA tournament, it's another.
Yeah, so a lot of Underlord has been picked a bit less in that tournament as well, SA DPC.
Yeah, no one's really picking it at all, to be honest. Like, it's pretty much first phasing is always going to be, like, Beastmaster if they have it. But, like,
yeah, and
outside of that, with Spirit Breaker coming into the meta now, it also has been changing things up quite a bit. So now that Spirit Breaker is a potential offlane hero, and a really strong one, I think this hero is becoming one of the strongest heroes of the patch. I think people are realizing that you can't really like just pick this underlord hero as easily as he used to. He doesn't really dominate the lane as much.
Yep. We've seen Spearbreaker picked in both position 4 and 5 this tournament. Is there a 3 and 4 this tournament? Is there a preference of where you prefer seeing it? As a preference choice there. Don't worry about it.
I really like this hero as a core personally, but I think it's really good as a 4 if you have something like the Darkseer to enable it, because that's been one of the biggest problems. Is this hero can farm pretty fast even as a support, especially into the mid game, late game, because once you have levels and like a single item, your charge like just clears creep waves. You'll have like phase boots, casual windlace drums, and like after that you itemize usually for like Shadow Blade or something, and you can just one-shot creep waves with the charge, so it makes it pretty easy to farm up and cut waves in the mid game. So even from the support role, I think it has a lot of value. And then like we saw yesterday, it's like this hero can get back into fights really fast. So if he has buyback and just throws his body into the mix to try and get something started, you can just buy back and come right back in and still be really useful.
Yeah, I do think that position 4 Spearbreaker, even though we saw success with it previously, it just being a scouting tool, it definitely fell off as far as like what it was able to accomplish in team fights. It was basically just charge in, stun, kind of catch people with Nether Strike, and that was just about it. Going forward in this game, I definitely prefer to see in position 3. Otherwise, I think its damage just falls off a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
But going back on topic of talking about these two teams and their players here, it looks like just about ready to go on Team Peru, and Argentina was still missing out one person inside the lobby. I mean, we can discuss some of the matches that we didn't get to see on stream yesterday, specifically Peru against Team Chile. That one actually ended up going to 32 minutes. I thought that would have been a lot more of a stomp than it was, but out of the mid lane alone ended up just like popping off on the Void Spirit, similar to how we saw Shifu pop off on Void Spirit in his game against Brazil. But he ended 17-1-8 that game, which is absolutely insane. And a lot of people are going for this Desolator Daedalus build.
Yeah, well, that was Lumire's safe lane Void Spirit that game. Alone went the mid Invoker, right? That was the mid Invoker.
Right.
But like,
I just corrected you.
That was what was so
yesterday.
weird.
I can't believe I forgot.
Yeah, you corrected me on this one, which is so funny because it's like you look at this, and you're like, okay, Void Spirit mid, huge KDA, that makes sense. This is just what this hero does every game, and then you realize there's also an Invoker, which is weird because we haven't really seen the Invoker much at all, and he did the Meteor Hammer build, which I think is honestly the only way that you can play Invoker right now. I think this hero is pretty dead, but it's passable if you get the Meteor Hammer to take those early towers.
Yeah, Meteor Hammer is fairly solid. I mean, it is very funny because years and years ago, Thompson was when he was on 5 anchors or 4 anchors, sea captain, ended up just like coining this Meteor Hammer Invoker. You throw the tornado out, Meteor Hammer immediately afterwards. It was a bit of a meme, and then we see people actually going for Meteor Hammer Invoker years and years later. It's like a fever dream of Dota 2.
Yeah, it really is. It's quite funny. Like there's always like these patches where certain items like finally just come into fruition for certain heroes. Like Ricky Meteor Hammer, I think might be the only way that this hero is even remotely playable right now, because in my opinion, I think Ricky is still pretty dead. So it's I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I feel like this patch just is so restrictive in terms of what heroes are pickable, more so than a lot of other patches, which is frustrating. Because usually in like previous patches, like if you pick something that's a little bit off meta, you might be able to like have another strategy to deal with it, like maybe play for late game or play the rat game. But I think right now, with just how easy it is for teams to get like a couple of auras and just walk onto your high ground, if you don't have any way to stop that from happening, like you just lose the game. So it's a little bit frustrating. Like these heroes that don't play well, like all these assassin type heroes, just don't play well into the meta right now.
Yeah, it feels like you have to just go straight in and fight into the enemies, run at them. But what have you been playing in this patch, Ricky?
I mean, I kind of just want to have fun, but like the problem is like I don't really solo queue much. I only really want to play games with friends. And so depending on the stack I'm playing with, it's either going to be like 4 Archons or like 4 other Immortals. And it's like the Immortal games, everyone's just super try hard and less fun. But then I like go into the Archon games and I'm picking like 1 position Omni Knight and like, you know, stuff like that to have some fun, or like mid Timber. You know, it's like semi on meta, but like still fun heroes that I enjoy playing.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Omni's able to do just like massive burst damage when he's played in the core role if you get on top of people. Like the pure damage between his Hammer of Purity and Purification is absolutely insane. I watch him like 100 to 0 people in the laning phase pretty often. It's hilarious to watch.
His level 50 or his 15-minute timing with the shard is like, I mean, if you're playing it as a core, between the double Hammer of Purity and Purification, you're pretty much guaranteed to be doing like 1200 pure damage on rotation. So I think the cooldown is what, like 8 to 10 seconds, 12 seconds on Purification. So yeah, it's pretty easy. Every 12 seconds you get 1200 pure damage to just dump on any hero near you, and it's very funny.
Yeah, it is. Looks like we have all the players in the lobby now, so we imagine we'll get the game underway shortly. Apologies for the delay, everyone, but we're just about ready to go, and I am super excited for this one. Again, I just want to reiterate that I am surprised that Argentina ended up taking the game off of Brazil, and now if they manage to win this one, they'll be the representative of their cone up in the IESF championships over in Romania. That is super exciting if you're an Argentinian Dota fan. If you're on the side of Peru, you're probably sweating a little bit because you thought that this result would have been predetermined already.
Yeah, I think that's the big piece is like, I don't think they really expected the games to come down to between like if you're Peru here, I think you probably expected the real tiebreaker game to have been between them and Brazil. But here we are. So let's go ahead and jump on into the draft. We've got this one all set to go. And Peru, they do go ahead and ban out that Beastmaster as expected. We get rid of the Doom, the Bat Rider. Yeah, I'm not that surprised. I think all this is pretty much exactly where it should be. Techies likely to be the next ban if I had to guess.
That is something that has just been played way too often. But instead of getting rid of the Techies, they get rid of the Void Spirit. They saw Shifu's game yesterday. They thought, all right, this guy popped off way too hard on it. We saw his skill in the Spirit Heroes. We got to get rid of this thing right now. So they're actually going to allow Argentina to take the Techies in the first phase of the draft if they so choose. These other bans, not that much of a surprise.
Yeah, looking at it, I think what they're mostly worried about is the Void Spirit on 8-pick. Like they could open a 4, right? One of the strong 4s that's still in the pool, something like Spirit Breaker maybe, which is flexible. And then on 8-pick, if the Void Spirit's not taken and there's not like a hero that really ruins Void Spirit in mid lane, they could just pick the Void Spirit and then ban out for it in phase 2, which I think is exactly what Argentina and some of these other teams have opted to do if they do have first pick.
So yeah, Techies ends up getting first picked up here. They grab the pause 4 on Argentina. It's going to be DLC playing it almost certainly. Sometimes you see it, you kind of see it swapped up between pause 4 and pause 5. But then Spirit Breaker now picked up on the side of Peru, and that is more flexible. It is kind of been interchangeably done between 3 and 4, although a little bit more often pause 3, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think more often than not it's been position 3, but again, with this hero, I think one of the strengths of it in the first phase is the fact that you can hide it. It's going to be in the off lane in some capacity, right? But you just don't know what role. And then it's like, do you ban more 4s? Do you ban the heroes that enable the Spirit Breaker, like Darkseer? Or do you ban like other off lane 3 positions that you're, worried about playing with? So yeah, Spirit Breaker is a strong pick for that reason.
Yep. And he has been playing it. Vitaly, that is the offlaner for Team Peru, has been playing it in a couple of his pubs recently. But a hero that made it through that is usually banned out in the first phase is Magnus. And They do not waste any time picking that one up, and it is going to be played in either the position 1 or mid. The damage of this hero, because he's universal, is absolutely insane. It scales even better from the percentage-based boost that he gets from Empower. I think this hero is incredibly overtuned, so I'm surprised that Argentina ended up giving this one up.
Yeah, this is probably just going to be Lumiere's hero. Like, more often than not, I think you just play this in the safe lane. But you can put it on 3, and you can put it in mid. It just is generally, you just want it to be a core no matter what. Just because of how much damage it does and how fast it farms. And they respond with an Ember Spirit from Argentina. And this likely to just be that mid lane hero for Shifu. I think for the most part, like you said, he's just been playing Spirit heroes. It was Storm Spirit, then Void Spirit, and now we're looking at the Ember Spirit potentially, as they will ban out the Shadow Fiend, one of Alone's best heroes and one of the best counters to that Ember Spirit in the mid lane.
And it's true. You know, Alone actually has a 70% competitive win rate with Magnus. He's only got like 20 games on the hero, but he has seen a lot of success with it himself. So I'm a little bit surprised they banned the Shadow Fiend. They don't predict Alone is going to be taking up the Magnus, but Lumiere also just happens to play a lot of mid heroes from the safe lane. I mean, Templar Assassin being his favorite, obviously he'd be able to do the same with Magnus. And I think even though you know what heroes are going to be playing based on what their most picked heroes are, it still leaves you a little bit skeptical of who's going where, because these heroes are normally picked interchangeably, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I think
they get rid of the SF go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think if I'm Argentina, I'm still focusing on banning for the mid lane. Like, I'd get rid of Queen of Pain, and you've already got rid of Bat Rider. They get rid of Huskar. Yeah. So these are like the real mid lane rough matchups. I think you probably still want to ban the Queen of Pain, but we'll see what they want to do.
One thing to note is, again, you've got 2 tanky heroes picked right away here on the side of Team Peru. This is something that Spirit heroes actually do struggle with. Ember struggles to 100 to 0 anybody who's not like an int or agility hero. Just due to the fact that Magnus, even though he used to be strength, he's now universal. You can build strength items on him and it barely makes a difference. Spirit Breaker is a very tanky hero at the beginning of the game. I think Ember's going to struggle to find kills depending on what Peru follows up with here. And again, it's possible they run this SB position 4 and they opt to pick up a Underlord next, because when Underlord was super popular inside the meta, I know he's fallen off a little bit now, but the number one thing that people would ban out against him was this Rubik.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's a really good point. I actually just like want this to be a safe lane Magnus. Like, I don't want them to overthink this. I want this to just be Lumiere's hero, and I want them to pick a decent matchup in the mid lane here for Alone. Like, I think that is the best avenue to success here, especially considering Argentina seemingly one of the most powerful parts of their draft, or one of their lineups, is just Shifu having a good game. So I think if you can shut down Shifu a little bit, that's probably going to be the most important thing you can do. They do get rid of the Darkseer, which, like I said, is that hero that does enable heroes like Spirit Breaker, also enables the Magnus as well. So I like this ban a lot. I think it would have been pretty nuts team fight wise. So I think that's good.
Amazing combination with the Magnus as well, just being able to Ion Shell multiple heroes when they're caught by that reverse polarity. You can set up for a good RP with that vacuum as well. So glad that they don't have to deal with that one. And they followed by banning out the TB. We'll see if they continue to pick up strength heroes here. But again, that's kind of what I see when I see the Rubik banned out, when I see the Terrorblade now banned out. Well, they don't do that at all. Instead, they go for the Disruptor. You got reasonable catch here for the Ember Spirit, just being able to drop the Static Storm on him. I also talked about this the other day. When you're playing techies against the Disruptor, it becomes much harder to enter the team fights and get your spells off. We have to blast off in, and there's just a Static Storm on the ground. It is a huge area denial. And see what they grab up next in response to this on the side of Argentina. But I feel like you need more damage in order to get through the Spirit Breaker and the Magnus here. And I'm not sure you want this to go late.
I'm trying to think like what offlaner you can pick here, because I think that's what you want, is like your techies pairing right now. Like, you want to see your techies pairing, pick your other support, save your last pick for your carry. Because because you really don't see much out of Peru. Like, you see the Spirit Breaker, probably the 4. The Disruptor is definitely the 5. Magnus, probably the safe lane. But those 2 heroes, like Magnus and Spirit Breaker, still add a little bit of a question mark into their lineup. So you need to just pick like a stable off lane here. I mean, to be honest, okay, there's the Veno 5. Do you go Bloodseeker here then? I think you go Bloodseeker here if you go Veno 5. Whoa, okay, so that's a Hermit hero. So Hermit is like a known Lycan player. It's one of his favorite offlane heroes, but this hero has not been picked for a while.
Yeah. He feels a little bit underwhelming. He was changed over to be a universal hero, so his damage does scale decently as the game goes on, but his entire kit is kind of built around being a summon unit. They took Wraith Pack Totem out of the game. Necronomicon, which was a big strength of Lycan, no longer exists and hasn't for a while. You have to go Helm of the Overlord, and I feel like some of these heroes are going to be decent at clearing out your Overlord creeps. Like, again, Magnus is just going to clean up these things super fast with his huge base damage and Empower. So I'm a bit concerned at this point about this Lycan pick.
I do think it's
I can't say I'm a fan.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused on it. I will say, I think one of the funniest things you can do on this hero is going the like Feral Impulse, right? Is his E.
Mm-hmm.
And Howl, and just like putting early points in those, because he, again, like you said, he is universal. So that base damage scaling similar to Magnus is quite a bit. And then you have Howl, of course, during nighttime. It's global, reduces a lot of damage as well as farming potential. So it is pretty annoying to play around if you have Howl at that 5 to 10, like 5 and 10 minute mark, 5 and 15 minute mark. Yeah. But they respond with an August Siren. I think anticipating that this is probably the offlane Lycan, and this is a miserable matchup. You are going to struggle a little bit into the Ember Spirit, of course, and the techies who have good illusion clear, but for the most part, if it is an offlane Lycan and not a safe lane Lycan, I think he's just going to crush this lane.
Yeah. You have a lot of catch on Team Peru as well. Again, being able to grab somebody with the Glims, hold them in place with Static Storm, Kinetic Field, RP, Beer Breaker, Charge, and Nether Strike. And now you have Net and Song to work with as well. And these songs can set up some huge RP plays. So right now, Peru's lineup is looking very scary. Again, you have potential to just run them over with Argentina. We've seen some very one-sided games where Lycan's been picked up recently. NADPC is one place I remember watching one of those games, but it is as if this game like goes on, I have no doubt in my mind that with Peru's current lineup, they are going to just whip the floor with Argentina. So we'll see how fast they're able to play, and we'll see what these last picks are. They can help secure an early game advantage for Argentina. Do you have anything in mind that kind of fixes some of the issues with their draft or allow them to close this out faster?
I mean, nothing that really comes to mind. I feel like if I'm Argentina here, you definitely like. So here, okay, we're assuming that this is offlane Lycan. Part of me wants to say that they're doing something crazy here and they're going to go carry Lycan. And that we're going to be seeing an offlane hero as a response to shut down the Naga Siren lane, right? That is what my heart wants to tell me that they're going to do. But I don't think that is going to be the case, but that is what I want them to do. Because I am a firm believer right now that carry Lycan is better than offlane Lycan.
Okay. Well, we'll see if your belief holds up. They go for Muerta, okay. So they completely ignore what you have to say, Ricky. Your opinion is invalid in the eyes of Argentina.
Honestly, if Hermit wasn't on Argentina, I would say it's possible that it could be carry Lycan, but because Hermit's there, it's definitely offlane.
Yeah.
It's just like his hero. Peru now, they do have the Spirit Breaker, which is an amazing gap closer onto the Muerta, but if you are good at landing your what is that? The dead shot? Is that what it's called? It's called dead shot, right?
Yeah.
If you're good at landing dead shots, you can fear him away, which is really good. Also playing inside the the big silent circle is pretty. Dude, I have not like I've played a decent amount of Huerta. I just forgot all of her spells because she just
The
has
big
fallen off so
silent
hard.
circle. You
The
mean
big
the calling?
silency circle. Yeah, the calling. Thank you.
And they end the game with, or they end the draft here with the Legion Commander pickup. A fan?
It's a pretty good Legion game. It's frustrating though because like Muerta can just press R and suddenly Legion Commander can't do any damage to her during a duel. So it's a little bit weird. The only counter to it is to just buy Blade Mail and like hope she just kills, gets enough return damage to where she just dies to Blade Mail anyway.
Yep.
Which is definitely a play. It's definitely a play. It may not be a great one, but it's a play that you can make. But into the Venomancer lane, I think that's the main reason we're seeing the Legion Commander here is they want to be able to deal with Veno and have some form of a dispel here.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, they've got decent initiators on their side. Very tanky frontliners, the form of Vitali, Alone, Amisho on Legion, Magnus, and Spearbreaker. We'll see if they can win hard enough in this early game to kind of get through that. Morta, I think, is a little bit of an answer to the Naga Siren in the late game. Big strength that hero has is the huge amount of armor. And Morta obviously will go right through that with her ultimate. So I'm a little bit more optimistic as this game goes on, but I do think that Argentina should try to close this one out as early as possible against Peru. Peru definitely the favorites coming into this one, but we'll see if they can pull an upset here.
We will find out indeed. I'm a big fan of Muerta. I think this hero is very fun. I think she's decently, I think she's a decent enough hero. You can make it happen. So let's do this. Lots of tips coming out right away. Definitely just some good sportsmanship between these two teams, but it is going to be Argentina versus Peru here. So winner of this, again, advancing to the IESF World Championships, the main event.
Well, and they get to play for, not only the title, but $100,000 over in Romania. That'd be a nice little bonus, wouldn't it?
I could go for some of that. I could definitely use some money.
Well, maybe next year you'll enter on the side of Team America.
I don't want to carry USA too much now.
Nah, that's right. You carry them with your good looks and your casting, right? Not with your gameplay. You can't have everything after all.
True. That's why I'm going to be playing Diablo, so I can have the fun gameplay.
Again with Diablo. Listen, one game
Yes,
at a time.
it's coming out in 26 hours, okay? You hear this?
Listen, we can talk about this tomorrow. For now, we got to get through IESF. We got these two countries playing against each other right now, my man.
26 hours. Yeah, 2-2 on the Valley Ruins, kind of as expected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and not much of a surprise. It is going to be Venomancer in position 5 safely and alongside the Muerta. You have decent kill potential here. You can do a lot of damage with the calling if they're stuck in a massive slow like Venomous Gale. Between that and the slow of the calling, they're just like not moving. They sit at 100 movement speed, but we'll see if they can pump out enough damage onto these two tanky heroes, Legion Commander and the Spirit Breaker, both starting with quite a bit of HP. And elsewhere on the map, again, look like we have our eyes over to the mid lane right now. Magnus against the Ember Spirit. Now, this is Magnus favored. Ember Spirit can kind of push Alone out of the lane like the first wave. However, once he has like a couple points in power and he's got a little bit more base damage, that cleave every time you go in for a last hit is going to add up onto the Ember, and he's going to get zoned out of lane. So it'll be rough to deal with as the game goes on. Not to mention that Magnus is just going to farm significantly faster.
Yeah, I think the early levels you go the Shockwave Empower or the Shockwave Skewer, just so it's like if the Ember decides to, play a little bit too aggressive and not paying too much attention, does exactly this. Just gets skewered underneath the tower. He'll take 4 tower shots there, and Alone gonna start pulling away in terms of that kind of sustain, right? Like the war of attrition in the mid lane.
Mm-hmm. Now, Ember does already have his bottle coming out to him. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to get here until after the 2-minute rune spawn. Alone just buys his now. It's a little bit behind Ember Spirit, so we'll see if one of them is able to, get the water rune, refill their bottle, and continue to put the harass in here. He's already started out with the Sleight of Fist spam off onto the Magnus. And he's going for Orb of Corrosion, so he feels like Harass is going to be his game plan here against Alone. Not planning on moving into the jungle right away on the Ember Spirit, which of course never feels good.
Yeah. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Magnus is like in the top 5 in terms of like damage scaling per level, right? He's somewhere up there.
I think he's probably like number 1 if you consider him power.
No, not. Oh, bottom lane. Ooh, nice little fight here as they find El Micho safe for the moment by the Legion, but there's the parting shot, or the dead shot rather. Parting shot's the ult. As Widge trying to get away from Vitaly here, but won't be able to. So nice chase down from the Legion. As Gork finding first blood, I think it'd be very. Oh, actually, Widge got the first blood. A little bit less valuable, but still pretty worth it. Dude, how do you feel about Parting Shot, by the way? Because that ability, I don't think people realize how absurdly strong it is in late game.
Parting Shot?
The Aghanim Scepter for Muerta.
Oh, right. Sorry, I thought you were calling the ability of Gunslinger Parting Shot and splitting into 2. I had the ability wrong this time. I've really got no thoughts one way or the other super hard on Muerta at the moment. I've not seen Parting Shot just pop off before.
Yeah, Parting Shot might be the single best, or might be the actual best single target disable in the entire game.
More than Roar?
Yeah, it's the only one that's undispellable.
Well, that's not very fair.
Yeah. It's just a completely, I mean, I guess you have like Black Hole and, you know, like Chronosphere, but, you know, those aren't single target stuns, right? This is a single target stun on a 45-second cooldown that is undispellable.
Yeah.
And it's a very long stun. It's a 4-second stun. It's a long time to be stunned for. Top lane. They're going to get aggressive here on the Hermit. In comes the Techies. Does manage to stun up 2 of them and finishes off Gardic with the help of the Wolves. So they will survive this. Really well done. Just that early Helm of Iron Will giving him that extra armor to play around. And they're looking for Lumiere. They don't actually have any spells up on the Techies. But the Wolves are, I mean, they're actually doing a lot of damage here.
He does have a Sticky Bomb now. Drops that off, but Spirit Breaker comes back. Gets one more auto attack off. He does. He tries to single out the correct illusion, but Lumiere's just gonna walk into him, not panicking. They get salved up by Gardic because he comes back to lane. So they make the rotation, do end up finding the kills there. It looked a little bit rough at first, but elsewhere on the map, we do see Legion Commander go down, punished for that 3-man rotation up to the top so early.
Yeah, and this is the problem of the mentality of picking the Legion into the Veno. You're like, guys, I'll just dispel. And then he just attacks you with like 2 points Poison Sting instead, and you're like, wait a minute, that's illegal. So yeah, he just ends up falling to the Muerta there. Pretty easy kill when you consider the slow from the calling as well as the ability to control them with the dead shot. So not really an easy lane for the Legion Commander there, 2v1. As Gork, level 5, I mean, off to a fantastic start, and he is doing my absolute favorite build. Rush Maelstrom, no cares anything else, and I'm sure if he does this right, he will max Gunslinger and have Gunslinger maxed by the time he has the Maelstrom. Mid lane, beautiful timing there on those chains. They get the RP anyway here from Alone. They will be able to finish off that Spirit Breaker, but can Shifu get out the glimpse? It's enough damage with the help from Gardic, and there's going to be a DD rune picked up the mine. Can he get the deny? Gardic's going to go for the deny here. Oh, doesn't get it. Well played off Widge and DLC to time those attacks up. And now they're going to just chase for the Disruptor. So much slow between these two heroes. There's no way for him to get out. El Micho comes back, but Widge gets a double kill on the Venomancer.
Yeah, that Sticky Bomb just barely connected. It had to have been like within the last unit of its search range when it ended with connecting with the Magnus there. And if he got out of that one, he would have come back with a double damager and probably turned that around on them. But mid lane, more action going on. El Micho hit by the Gale, now finished off by Shifu, who's now off to a decent or a little bit better start after going down initially like that. All things relatively even. In fact, a bit of an advantage for Argentina now, 7-3, 1K net worth advantage.
That, and they are already positioned well to secure the Wisdom Rune here for Hermit, so he will grab that one. Vitaly will be forced to back for his most likely. Okay, no. El Misha's going to come from the base and grab it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Top lane, though. They're looking for Lumiere. Blast off completely off the mark, but they do clear up all of the illusions in the process, so Lumiere will TP back to his base, and that's going to be nice.
Nope, no. He just TPs to his tier 1.
Or, sorry, yeah, that's what I meant. Tier 1. Whoops.
Yeah. I thought
he's got a Lotus.
Base for sure.
Vitaly, bottom lane. Just getting chased again. Dude, if he was closer on the Veno, you can block someone on that bridge with a single ward. It's very funny. Yeah. It's one of the reasons I love playing Veno in the 5 is like if you chase someone that way, you just follow them, and as soon as they start to go down the bridge, you just drop the ward right in front of them, and they're like, and they auto path back the other way.
Yeah. You do have a lot of damage on Legion Commander, though. You already have phase boots, so and it's just a level 1 ward, so you can just one-shot it.
Yeah, but still. Messes with the auto pathing.
Yeah, that is true.
Slow down for a moment. It's good stuff.
Yeah, turn around.
But yeah, Gork, level 7 here on the Muerta, has only 2 points in the Gunslinger still, which like I said, I would imagine he maxes this out. Like, if you get this early enough of a Maelstrom, you definitely just need the extra points in Gunslinger to farm. Some people max out Deadshot to farm with as well. I know I have seen Arteezy do that, where he'll go 4 points Deadshot and like use that as like a primary damage dealer to creeps. But I think if you can get that Maelstrom early enough, that max Gunslinger is very strong.
Yep. Which is, Legion Commander to the portal up into the top lane is now hunting for a kill here. SP's charging, and there's no way Hermit makes it away from this.
He's got a duel.
Yeah, he is certainly dead.
There's no chance. That's a really good rotation. Really good duel victory there for Vitaly, as he will just take the portal back into the bottom lane. And all this kind of set up with the deep ward here in this lane, right? They kind of just see that nobody is nearby to help him. So good call. Whoever made the call to ask him to rotate, just really valuable play.
Yep.
Just an extra free 10 damage.
Move back down to the bottom lane here, sitting at full HP, so not really under any threat of going down. And on the meanwhile, I mean, they managed to even up the net worth advantage that Argentina had last little bit. Magnus, obviously, you're not going to be able to keep up with the farm speed of this hero, not with Empower that he's working with. Himself a broom handle as well. That one definitely helps clear out the jungle. At the 10-minute mark, nice stacks there by Gardic. It's going to be very easy for Magnus to clear that one out when he moves up there. And I don't think it's that easy for anyone to invade and try to steal those stacks, although they are moving up to the triangle now.
They're going to try. Alone has an invis room to play around.
Oh, this could be a disaster for Sifu. He doesn't know.
No static storm, though.
How did he?
They're going to go ahead and
I guess he was just nervous when he saw Gardic. There he is.
Oh, they will just RP the Veno and pull him way back and just set up a free duel there once again. So Okori looking for the long game here is, you know, maybe stacking up this extra damage on the Legion, more important than maybe finding that kill onto the Ember Spirit. And honestly, they might be right. Like, it is, they didn't really lose much of their stack. Alone's going to get back to farming, and Legion really is kind of this end-all, be-all late game, you know, denier, right? If you just get, like, Blink Duel, Blade Mail, and a BKB, like, there's not a lot that you can do to a hero that gets dueled.
Yep. Alone, yeah, could clear up this ancient stack now, and he'll find himself at the top of the net worth chart after this. Yifu, I guess, trying to find kills to make up for, you know, his farm disadvantage against this Magnus, but not going to be able to connect with Lumiere. He's going to be able to run far, far away. Instead, they might try to settle for this tower. Yeah, 5,600 gold.
So it is just the standard Lycan build, man. Absolutely no difference. He's just going to go the max summon wolves, the max howl after that, 0 points in the feral impulse. and then look for Helmet Overlord top lane. The duel does come out with a blade mail, but I mean, with all the summons, Lycan actually kind of just winning at the moment. They drop the Static Storm, the Kinetic Field is there. Nether Strike to pull him back in, but the techies from downtown trying to help clean up this fight. Can Shifu do it? In comes Gork as well. They manage to find themselves 2 kills as Lumiere will be able to get away, as well as Gardic just barely escaping on that Disruptor. I mean, is that worth it? You don't get the duel victory. I don't think it is.
You don't get the duel victory, no. And that was all due to Shifu getting the slight fist chains off on the Spirit Breaker as he was coming in. The charge didn't end up connecting to the Lycan, so he didn't end up doing enough damage to him during that duel. So, nice reflexes there by Shifu. Again, doing an amazing job on these Spear Heroes. Oh no, Gardic, he's getting run down by the wolves!
Yeah. I was just about to say, if you saw this, there's 2 wolves just chasing a Disruptor, and he can't do anything.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nice catch there by the Lycan. It does not feel good to go down to creeps like that. But unfortunately, there was no getting away. They might even choose to pick up like a Windlace or something like that after getting disrespected by the creeps that way.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nope, mid lane, Shifu. I mean, you can always dodge Glimpse with a Sleight of Fist, so I think that's, yep, exactly what he's going to. He almost mistimed that, but that was very close. So.
The man's a professional, okay? He's got this one covered.
You have been denied.
Ooh.
No.
And Shifu manages to dodge a really big gank there in the mid lane as well. So huge. They end up committing Static Storm for that.
Yeah. One update is Brazil actually ended up beating Chile in was it 37-9 or something like that? Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we expected. Yeah. 14-minute regen picked up from Shiba.
It's in the 17-minute game. Oh my god. So
that's pretty brutal.
Yeah, quite a stomp happening there. And again, it was more surprised that Argentina managed to beat a team of that caliber. So right now they're putting the hurt onto Peru. They take the tier 1 tower mid, push them back onto their side of the map, taking the tier 1 up the top lane, although it looks like they're going to have to trade for their bottom tier 1. Though they're coming down here.
They're
they want to try
coming
to punish
down
them for this.
You could just try and separate them. Like, I thought maybe they might try and make a rotation into the triangle there, but I think they kind of split off. They're just bringing Widge down to the bottom lane. They're going to try and farm up with the can of the jungle. Glimpse will put Veno in some trouble as they get the duel. The charge comes through as well. Techies will be able to save him just long enough to get out. And that Veno ult can do some decent work here. For the moment, though, there's no real follow-up from the side of Argentina, so they will end up just backing away, and Peru should be safe. Actually, El Micho charging 1. He's looking for the techies. He's going to get the vision, and an easy kill there for the Spirit Breaker. Wait, actually, Hermit wants to go in. Gork is here as well. Oh, he gets to stomp onto the Magnus, but it's instantly dispelled from the Legion. And this is the problem with this Muerta. You have a very small window on blowing up these heroes, and Lumiere with an even better response. The call, yeah, the good song into a Static Storm, the RP there as well, holding Hermit down. And it's looking all good for Peru here. Backside of the fight, though,
low, but he's still alive on
dueling
Shifu.
it up with Shifu. He's actually fine, yeah, he gets the kill.
Lies beyond.
Alright, they managed to kill the Spirit Breaker, but it looks like that's all they're going to get. I mean, everyone was sitting so low. It looked really well set up for the Ember Spirit there, but unfortunately, man just didn't have Maelstrom completed at the beginning of that fight. If he had had it, I think he does enough damage to clear everybody. He's got it flying out now, and he's going for the BKB immediately afterwards, but a nice win there for Team Peru. Managing to catch several of those heroes and get out on the big ones.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Muerta, like I said, one of the biggest problems with her is, as a hero conceptually, I think one of the reasons we don't really see her picked all that much is you press ult and people just walk away from you. Like, that's it. Like, that's literally just what it is. They're like, oh, Muerta pressed R, just walk away for a few seconds, and then, you know, she's not nearly as strong. And Yeah, it feels a little underwhelming when you only get like 2 auto attacks off and then they end up just walking away.
Yeah. I mean, it becomes easier as the game goes on. You get things to hold people in place. This 2 seconds becomes more than enough to kill somebody with magic damage. But for now, like you mentioned, a little bit underwhelming. They'll turn their eyes up to the top lane, looks like, on the Radiant side. Not much to be gained up here, unfortunately. We see a pause come out, so we've been DC delay. All right. I mean, they turn their eyes up towards the top lane. We see the Ember Spirit Techie start to move in that direction. The Morta and Lycan already up there. He has the Helm of the Overlord. There's just not a ton to get. Do you think they're potentially positioning to go for Roshan?
You know, I think you can because of Muerta having ult, or like level 2 ult now. I think you probably can. Combined with like the Helm of the Overlord, you have the Frenzy available on this Ancient Thunderhide, so you might be able to get the Roshan time.
It looks like that's what they want to do. I'm surprised they're going to go for something like this early, but you know the RP is still on cooldown for another 20 seconds. They don't have Song available, and they know exactly where the Magnus is. Yeah, with all these heroes committed onto the Venomancer down here, I don't think they're going to realize what they're up to, and by the time they do, it might be too late. We'll see. RP is available
not
again.
Committing the Muerta ult here is a... Yeah, that was the like shockwave into Harpoon. I think not committing the Muerta ult here could have been like a massive mistake. Like, if Peru had portaled to the top lane right here, they probably just kill them all. And that's, you know, would have been a really rough play for Argentina to be in. So they don't get punished for not popping the Muerta ult. They get the Aegis now for Gork. But they're looking for Shifu. Charge does come through into a Nether Strike maybe? No, he gets the Remnant out.
Yeah. We're playing a very clean game on Ember Spirit, and I do like that he's going for the BKB as his next item. Mid lane, Wiz unfortunately finds himself beside alone again, and yikes.
Well, I mean, now you have the Muerta ult as they're trying to finish off Vitalia, but again, they just walk away. In comes the mine, though. That should be enough damage to help find the kill as they take down the Techies. A 2-for-1 trade at the moment, but you need to get more here. Nice dead shot, pulling back that Spirit Breaker. Alone does pop the RP here, trying to set something up for Lumiere, who does still have the Song and the Siren, as well as a newly completed Orchid. So do manage to fear him off once again, as Shifu will be able to survive, and Hermit is just crushing Alone, and there it is. The Song set up from Lumiere to try and just make some space for his team to get out of here, but he also needs to be careful. Shifu could end up continuing chasing here, and Hermit's still got a little bit of speed. Nah, it will finally come to an end.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shifu wasn't able to gap the distance, and the fact that the only time he could have caught him was when he was beside those Thunderhides means he wasn't going to land the Slight Chains off into the Naga Siren. If he had, you know, he's got Manta Style to work with, he'd be able to dispel it and just keep going. So, managed to find Vitali, but at the cost of 2 heroes yourself. You get El Misho as well. Back and forth game so far.
Oh, they just saw smoke.
Oh, and he instantly oh, what an amazing dog. Look at the reflexes of this man.
Well, he saw the smoke. He definitely knew this was coming. I think he was baiting them in the mid lane.
Jumped on and got the sleight of fist off. That was so sick.
Yeah, that was very quick.
I'm surprised that they didn't give the Aegis to the Ember Spirit, by the way. It would have let him play a lot more aggressive, and it would have let him kind of finish his BKB, not having to be afraid. But they get punished if they try to go on the Muerta. She gets back up with the Aegis, so I guess they just want to secure Muerta's game to be a little bit easier. And speaking of Muerta, she is going for a Shadow Blade. Are you a fan of this one?
It's good, I think. It does give you the ability to kind of position yourself in fights. It does. You pretty much just go for the Silver Edge after that, so you have the crit. The crit is just super valuable for this hero eventually. And should get lucky enough to get a Grove Bow. So, all pretty good stuff. It's one of those things where Muerta is just so close to being a hero that is just overpowered because of just how her kit works, and the only thing that balances her is the fact that she is incredibly slow. She's like Drow, right? Like, The only thing that balances Drow is positioning. And it's the same thing with Muerta.
Mhm.
Dire are scanning.
Invisibility.
Another invis room.
Top
but
lane,
this gets
Vitaly goes
scouted
in, he
from
gets the
oh.
duel. Yeah, happened to
He gets
walk on the
scouted by
low
the-
ground. They do see the ward there.
Face down
Yeah.
again. What made you think you stood a chance?
They did get scouted by the sentry that he ended up placing. They actually didn't finish off the sentry ward,
Gold for me.
but which is a little bit of a surprise. Wait, no, it's an observer ward and its name is sentry ward. Right.
Yeah, that's
Forgot
the
about that.
Gardic special, man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what everyone does now. It's been like every South American support player runs these fish wards because it looks blue and it has yellow eyes, and then the only difference is like when you click it, it doesn't have like the aura around it, right?
Through anger
Yeah.
lies fear.
Radiant's middle tower
Cool
is under
game.
attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Right. To the top lane. I mean,
Radiant's
Magnus
middle
and
tower is under
Nuggets
attack.
are now a significant net worth advantage over the counterpart cores in the other team.
Oh, there it is,
Actually managed to
baby.
grab
The
Lycan.
Blink Harpoon setup. They've managed to grab the Lycan. The duel's not going to be enough damage, as instead the Muerta presses the R button, manages to get a ton of damage out. Gardic will get himself a double kill with a big Static Storm, finding both that Techies as well as that Lycan. But Shifu with an easy chase down here, having that Arcane Rune, managed to get themselves a 4 for 2. Beautifully done.
Yeah, and this is what you were talking about, the positioning on the Mortar. As long as you can sit back and spam out your skills, if you don't catch her at the beginning of the fight, she's going to be able to put in a lot of damage. That is exactly what she did. 3,600 coming up from Muerta there, now finally coming online.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I guess
They
they
take the
thought that
tower,
they could
although-
burst the Lycan in time, but this guy's got like Helm of the Dominator, Vanguard, and another Helm of Iron Will. So
Yeah.
this dude has so much armor and like just physical damage reduction.
Yeah, and next he's going to be finishing up the Crimson Guard, so damage block is going to come in handy against all these Naga Siren illusions. It's going to be difficult to be able to burst anyone down in these team fights. Speaking of the Naga,
Can he solo
in that
the
last
Torment?
team fight, instead of... Huh?
I'm seeing if Lycan can solo Tormentor, and it looks like he just can.
Gold for me.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the damage block from Vanguard. That's the thing.
The bounty which my
Yeah, well,
It's
it
blocking a
splits
lot of the
between the
reflect damage.
summons too. Yeah.
Bottom
kinda
lane,
cool.
they
And end up
just
getting a
managed
really
to
good
catch
shard.
it. Techies. But I was going off about
That's- I mean,
the
that's good.
earlier. Naga Siren, just in that last team fight that they took where they're in the top lane, she opts the split push, grabs the bottom tier 2 tower, and she finishes up her heart there. So she is going to be very difficult to bring down, but she's not going to have that armor advantage that she has in a lot of games up against this Muerta, which is, I think still can 100 to 0 her if she gets her ult off and just like has free right clicks off on a Naga Siren.
All right, 25 minutes. We're gonna hit nighttime again, and always favoring heroes like the Lycan, as you can just spam Howl on cooldown, get that global minus armor and minus damage, and it's I mean it's a lot. The uptime on this is pretty sick. Let's see, he went the extra attack damage reduction at 10 as well.
BKB now finished up on the Magnus, so looks like they want to take a fight with this one.
They have Heart on Lumiere. The Blade Mail, Blink, now Shadow Blade completed up on the Legion as well. Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of really good items. They do see Shifu here in the mid lane. The RP is going to come out, and there it is. The duel as well. The Howl, though, it was enough to do the duel, but not enough to save them.
Yeah. They end up going down. I imagine he heats up like a Lincoln Sierra or something to make himself a little bit more tanky after that one. This is kind of unfortunate. I mean, he's having 3 ultimates pressed on you. You end up going down. I don't think they're going to be able to take a team fight now without the Ember Spirit.
Radiant's middle tower has
Yeah,
fallen.
I agree. I think the Ember Spirit is too important. And they will know about the Roche
Instead-
now here on the side of Argentina. As they are heading top, and to be honest, Vitaly, with this Shadow Blade doing work, they will
Oh,
find
no, big
Gork. They
find.
skewer him back, and there it is. He pops the BKB, presses that Pierce the Veil, trying to finish off one of these heroes, but he doesn't have the damage. He's all alone, and now he just has to run. There is a charge coming from the backside of this fight, as El Misho will connect. He's caught the Muerta, but he needs follow-up. He needs help, and instead it looks like El Misho might just be in too far. He gets the blink, he gets the duel, he gets the blade mail, and Vitaly gets the kill. It will be a 2-for-1 trade under the tower for it, but they also find the Lycan off onto the backside. 2-for-2 trade overall, but a dual victory for Legion is always worth it.
Radiant's top tower is
Taking
under
down the position 1 is a big deal
And
as
Alone's
well.
looking
And
for more.
Alone.
structures are fortified.
He's
Yeah,
managed to
Shifu
find the
already got this PP
Venomancer.
here. Not in position to help him.
They should be able to finish this off pretty easily. Yeah, they can.
Has fallen.
They get the tower as well, and with that, I think they'll probably back off and set their sights on Rajan. RP is available in another 20 seconds, and that means I don't think Argentina is going to be able to contest this one. And they still have Song of the Siren available as well, which is just amazing to resetting fights and taking this around Roshan. I mean, I'm sure they know exactly what they're up to here. They just realize there isn't anything they're able to do about it right now.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah, I think you're gonna run into a pretty big issue on the Muerta, and it's like they did already, you know, we know how much damage this hero can do in the late game, but it does not have the farming speed that heroes like the Naga Siren does. It doesn't have the team fight impact that these other heroes do, and it is just straight magic nuke damage. But it's short-lived, and it can be easily controlled with things like RP and Duel.
Yeah. All right. All these heroes positioned over in the triangle inside of Argentina's map.
Oh, they got a glimpse.
Brew, they look like they're building
he's
up the
out,
hurt
though.
onto him.
Nice remnant.
Yep.
Radiant's top tower
Really looks like Brew's trying to put the pressure on right now. They don't want more to the opportunity to finish up the next couple of items.
Oh, they've got the Venomancer once again. They drop the Static Storm on top of the Duel. Wants to make sure that nobody can help him out. He does get that Poison Nova trigger, though, thanks to the fact that he does have the Aghanim Scepter. And Shifu finds a nice 2-hero chain to the backside, but they respond with another RP from Alone. The Skewer's coming through. Hermit trying to do what he can, but the side of Brew is still pretty dang healthy. As Hermit, he wants to get his hands on this Disruptor, but he can't. And that Shapeshift, it's expiring.
Backside of the
Song of the
fight.
Siren up on the front side here from Lumiere. Wants to help find the get-go onto the Muerta. She pops the BKB. A nice shot as well to try and bring down the Magnus. And it's going to work, but she's isolated out and she will fall. Vitaly continuing to chase for more here with the help from Lumiere. He has a duel up in about 10 seconds. As now Hermit with no boots, without any way to go to get out of this fight now, is just stuck here. And they're going to leave him for the Legion, almost guaranteed, as the duel now coming off cooldown. And that will be a dead Lycan.
Radiant's top tower
188 dual victory damage right now. This Legion is getting scary, and Peru did an amazing job in that last fight. Amorta was caught on the backside. Naga Siren realized exactly where she was, singled her out with Song of the Siren, stopped her from entering and doing any damage with Pierce the Veil. Just interrupted it immediately. And before she got the opportunity to get her BKB off either, so they're doing such a good job now. They did make that mistake in the top lane of letting Morta have like free range of shooting people, but in every fight since then, they're doing a great job of singling her out, getting one of these two cores, either the Ember Spirit or the Muerta, before the fights even start or in the middle of them, and stopping them being able to put out damage.
are scanning.
And things are about to look
Oh,
bad for
no.
Sifu again.
He's got a DD rune. There it is, the Blink duel. The Ember Spirit just absolutely... Oh, wait a minute. Saved
Ooh.
by a Yule Scepter. Well played by DLC. He gets out on just a sliver of HP thanks to the BKB. And the Song of the Siren will
Song.
cancel both of these heroes trying to escape. And with that one, It's going to be rough here. They grab DLC. They grab Widge as well. 2 heroes dead. You deny the duel victory, but lose both of your supports.
Yeah, hero after hero going down now. 13k net worth advantage for the side of Peru. They are not letting up here. The only thing that kept Shifu alive was, I think, a combination of that Yule Scepter and the fact that he has this Song, this Talos Resist. I think getting him out of that duel just a little bit earlier. He's looking for it again. Oh no, I think, yeah, I saw him there.
Yeah, he was under tower for a moment. That was a good little tree line to hide in there for sure.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, tier 2 tower, top side goes down. They're looking for the tier 2 in the mid lane. The last outer tower here for Argentina as they have themselves a 13,000 gold advantage. And Lumiere with a newly completed Eye of Scotty. Still has about a minute left on this Aegis.
I think they're just trying to wait this one out on Argentina. Again, I know they could probably bring down the Naga Siren once, but even at this point, it's getting a little bit difficult. Almost 4,000 HP she has.
And once you get the shard from Song of the Siren, just makes it that much more difficult to kill any of these heroes. Like, it completely counteracts the Poison Nova if they do catch the Venomancer to start the fight, and he gets like a 4 or 5 hero Poison Nova when they collapse on him. It's just completely undone by a Song of the Siren.
Yeah, she's got the shard flying out to her right now. And Sheepstake Hex queued up after that. It is going to expire in 8 seconds. Going for this Rex anyways.
They've caught Lycan. The duel comes out. They drop the Static Storm as well. They're trying to get the kill before it. They can. He will fall. Wait, why did that trigger Poison Nova? Interesting. I don't know. It's the kill on the Lycan spread Poison Nova, and I don't know why. But anyway, a second Poison Nova comes through. They're taking a decent chunk of damage from this as they do manage to pull in the Muerta, but Gork is still alive. If he can get some more damage out, but no, just getting bashed instead. El Misho helps secure the kill. 3 heroes dead without buyback, and Lumiere looking for another target. Shifu on the run here from the Legion Commander. As he does have some remnants available, but it's Lumiere focusing on the objective. He is in the base. Nice slight dodge there. That was sick. Vitaly does have a duel, though.
But he does have a duel. And I mean, he baits the Legion Commander quite far away, but unfortunately, he's out of the frying pan into the fire here for the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, he knew he had no really good opportunities. He either dies and gives dual damage to the Legion, or he dies to just Naga Siren. So he chose, dual damage was the lesser of the 2 evils. Mid lane, the Skewer has found the techies as well as a charge comes through from El Misho, perfectly setting up, and the dual damage goes to Vitaly anyway. They take down the techies. They're going to buy back here on this Ember Spirit. Lumiere, he's found him. He has no BKB, and that Bloodthorn is almost certain death for this hero. They drop the Static Storm on top of him as well, and they're going to be able to surround him here as a team. He is dead. A dieback on the Ember Spirit. Shifu goes down. And I think Peru may be taking this series as Hermit gets pulled back as well. The Ensnare to hold him in place. Can't TP on out as they're just getting collapsed on the damage from the Veno. Doing some work. The Muerta trying to do what she can here, but they're all just too damn tanky. El Misho stands still, just taunting him at this point, waiting for the charge opportunity. And now the Muerta isolated out. Will be the next to join her team in the grave. Widge will be the last, and that is going to be it. The DC from the techies, I think, is the GG, and Peru will be the ones to advance to the IESF Grand Finals.
Yeah. The heartbreaking part of the best of one when you see a team just win a single game here, but Peru, the favorites coming into this one, mid-late game, they just don't let their foot off the gas. They just continue to press forward, and they end up crushing Argentina under a heel. So Peru, the team going to move forward to IESF Grand Finals in Romania and compete for $100,000. Well deserved, I would say. Congratulations to Peru. I mean, it makes sense. This squad played incredibly well together during the DPC, and they continue to play well together here in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was the last pick Legion Commander was actually just so good. It struggled a little bit in the lane, but like we said, it's the end all be all late game counter to a lot of these carries. Like they have no save options from the side of Argentina, and building up that dual damage was going to be the only thing that mattered. And those early rotations out of the lane to do that, like heading top, getting the duel there onto Hermit, as well as finding like the Veno in the river, it allows him to just get a super early Blink Blade Mail. And ends the game with 260 bonus duel damage. Like Vitaly was just this hero you always had to be worried about, right? And it is just, it makes sense. It just allows Lumiere to have a very easy game. He goes 6-0 and 15 on this Naga Siren. So yeah, well played from Peru, all around.
No, that's it. It's a lot of impressive stuff. Sifu definitely continued to impress me on the Ember Spirit, these Spirit heroes. But again, amazing last pick Legion Commander, 60-minute Blink Blade Mill from Vitaly alone. Very quick to commit these RPs in these team fights. We didn't see anything too flashy out of him this game, but it got the job done, right?
Yeah.
He definitely did his job at catching out one of these heroes in these team fights, and I'd say these Songs and Sirens did a great job at catching out heroes and resetting fights as well. Lumiere not taking a single death this game was obviously very impressive. Probably my MVP, but we're not going to look at that one just yet. But yeah, congratulations to Peru. Just incredible gameplay out from them.
The thing about the Magnus is, like, you're right. It's not anything super flashy from the mid laner, which is what, like, you know, mid laners are known for. Every fight is him just like Blink harpooning a hero and skewering them back into his team and just being like, guys, I'm delivering you some food. Here you go. I'll look for another one in a moment, you know. And it was just over and over and over again, setting up for that Legion Commander, setting up for the Naga Siren. It's just really good stuff. But go and take a look at some of the replays from this series, and you know, Widge getting that first blood was quite nice. The mid lane, they get the RP out here onto the Ember. Yeah, this was overall just really good pressure that they applied. They end up getting the return kill here, and I will say the Venomancer was like really farmed going into the mid game. Widge had a lot of net worth. He ended up just rushing an Aghanim Scepter after he got himself a mech.
Was incredibly farmed this game for sure, but yeah, we see the couple like moments of brilliance. It was so hard for techies to like actually come into these, interrupt these initiations, and that's one of the reasons we saw like the Static Storm committed kind of bizarrely on one hero to just stop anyone from being able to come in and save that one hero that was dropped. Like so many times Lycan or Veno were caught out by himself for the Magnus, and the Disruptor goes, okay, Static Storm, right?
Yep.
I mean, even here we see it, and Techie's like comes in, but he can't follow up with anything else, and just taking these fights seems so hard. Like usually Techie's able to output a lot of damage by dropping his sticky bombs, by putting the proximity mines, but unfortunately when you're playing against the Disruptor, the area denial is just so good. This is the one fight that did end up going their way. Murcha just sitting on the back end of the team fight, able to pump out a ton of damage. This is just after you finish the BKB on the Ember Spirit as well, but Naga never planned on joining her team for this fight. She realized that it was already far gone to begin with, and just takes the bottom tier 2 tower while that one's going on.
Yeah, this was just like the kind of like the icing on the cake here for Peru. Like every single engagement from here on after is just a blink skewer back into a free duel. And it's like whatever this Magnus finds is just turning into more damage for this Legion Commander. And then you always have this Naga Siren who was able to just walk past into the backlines and just go right into a Song of the Siren if they needed to like cancel any counter initiation, right? And then it's just over and over and over again. Like how many times is this gonna happen? Like you see right here, like Muerta gets the BKB off, but it's an Ags BK. It's like an Ags on your Spirit Breaker, so he just charges right into you. You end up just wasting the entire duration of your ult and your BKB. It's one of the reasons this Spirit Breaker is just so good right now. Like this hero just scales way too good.
That's watching that last Sifu play. It was just as hard to watch in the replay as it was in the game, unfortunately. Baits the enemy away from the base.
I was wrong. It's not Ags, actually.
Too far gone. What's not
He
Ags?
didn't have
Sorry?
Ags on Spirit Breaker. He didn't have Ags
No,
on
no,
Spirit
he
Breaker. He would just charge like heroes behind them and still bonk them.
No.
You know?
Yeah, most Spirit Breakers don't go eggs these days. They just go Octarine Core because it reduces it almost as much with just that.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Well, again,
Love to see it.
congratulations to Team Peru.
Dude, it is just so nuts. They did so much work. Like they for the most part like got like I think everything that they wanted, like we said leading into this game. I don't think they were really gonna go too far out of their comfort zones. They're gonna most likely just stick on the meta. And I think the 24 pick Legion Commander is just, it's too good this game. It's just way too good this game.
Well, Ricky, now's the time for our guessing game of who we think the MVP is. I think there is a heavy bias towards carry players now. Production will not fool me any longer. I think they're going to give it to Lumiere.
If you're gonna go Lumiere, I am going to stick with Vitali on the Legion Commander.
Okay. It is going to be Alone. All right,
Alone
5
on the
goes to-
Magnus.
Well, production
Okay,
says
we're getting
Alone, and,
baited.
production is always right. There it is.
So,
5 and 3.
We can
there.
hear
I mean, you set
production
up a lot of
laughing in
solo
our ears
kills.
right now, messing with us.
They quickly wait for both of us to say who we predicted and throw it to something else. I'm sure that's what the play is on production side.
Yeah, of course.
Just
of
out to get
course.
us, right, Ricky?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a really good play from Magnus this game. Like I said, he was just blink skewering everybody back and just setting up kill after kill. So it does make sense, right? In terms of like his impact in the game was quite good. But yeah, this was a team effort, I think, for sure, from these guys.
Well, congratulations to Alone for earning MVP this match, and looking forward to seeing what he does playing in Romania, representing his country. Peru, huge Dota region to be representing, but obviously a nice team to be holding up that mantle for them. Unfortunately, the Beast Coast and Evil Geniuses opted not to play inside this one, but again, I think probably just focusing on the DPC for now, but excited to see who else gets brought to Romania.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to find out who else in our next series as we have Ecuador and Costa Rica actually playing a best of 3. And they will be deciding who from the northern cone of these qualifiers will be playing in the main tournament. So we'll have to find out exactly how long that match is until we're starting. I know it was scheduled to begin in about 50 minutes, but I would guess we're going to try and get it started before then. So we'll have to see. But I think for now, we'll probably just go ahead and throw it to a break, and we'll be back. Keep your eyes on the chat. We'll try and update you all there with the exact start time. But for now, grab some soda. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more here on the IESF World Championships. We'll see y'all in a bit. everybody, and welcome back here to the IESF World Championships. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Neff. Hope you guys enjoyed a little bit of a break there as we were trying our best to get Costa Rica. Oh my gosh, I just almost choked for a little bit. We were trying very hard to get Costa Rica and Ecuador here into these lobbies so that we can try and get these games started a little bit early, but unfortunately the teams were busy, so we are just going to play these at the regular scheduled time. I hope you're okay with that. But Neff, what did you do on your break, walking around your mansion and like?
I was drinking a slushie like a child. If you wanted me to be completely honest, that's what I was doing. Chatting with some people, and planning my trip down to Dallas for DreamHack. Still figuring out the details of that one, and I leave tomorrow. But that's esports for you, baby. Everything happens at the last minute, just like the qualifiers for this game. They weren't originally going to be played today. I don't think anyone knew it was going to be Guatemala versus Costa Rica. But here we are in a best of 3, not a best of 1. Hopefully, this one won't be leaving a sour taste in anyone's mouth. All right, the team that wins here is the best, and you want to know why?
Yeah,
you want to know why, Ricky?
Why is that?
I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because both these teams are 2-0 so far, okay? So there is no contest. These are the best 2 teams out of this cone, and the winner of this one absolutely deserves to go to Romania.
Yeah, both these teams looked really good in their opening matches. Like, we watched Ecuador, they pretty much stomped both. Like, the games versus Guatemala were some of the most one-sided matches we saw of the tournament so far. They looked really good against Trinidad as well. And then you have Costa Rica, a team that maybe people weren't entirely expecting, but they take the 2-0 over Honduras. And then we watched them yesterday in their tiebreaker series against Colombia. That was the series that we were expecting to be very close. Costa Rica, even though they had like very... Huh?
Sorry, continue.
Continue. No worries. Yesterday, the series between Costa Rica and Colombia, we knew it was going to be very close because that was probably some of the most evenly matched teams in terms of like MMR. Like, they were very, very evenly matched. And so now here we are, Ecuador versus Costa Rica. And from what it has looked like, Costa Rica's team fighting is very good. Like, they take really, really, really good fights, and they make some really good calls around it.
Now we pull up, Costa Rica's roster. We see Ryu. He had absolutely insane games that he played over from the mid lane. Ginshu, his name is very funny because it's the same name as one of the original creators of Dota.
Yeah, and then they ended up, kind of leaving a bad taste in the mouth of the entire Dota scene to go work on League of Legends. So we don't really talk about Guinsoo all that much, but different Guinsoo, luckily. Shiri on the 4th position. He has been a standout player as well, combined with 4-3-3, that off-lane duo. These two players are really good.
Yeah, absolutely insane team as an amazing Dota so far. 4-3-3 is kind of funny, a little bit different from 3-4-3, which is a very well-known player based out of Malaysia, Adam. You switch one number around, you have somebody completely different.
Yeah, I was actually looking at that. I was like, we have a lot of players that are just numbers, right? There's 747, 343, and now, Ranju's going by, 666 for a while. And now we are here with 433. But we can talk about these numbers all day long, but what we should talk about is the Ecuador team. So let's go ahead and jump over and see what these guys are working with. Punisher, I think, has been one of the top performing carries so far in the qualifiers. He has looked very good. I would say overall, probably one of my favorites. I don't know. What do you think about this team, Neff?
I've been super impressed by Punisher so far. Again, his matches on basically any of these carries have been super impressive. It's a shame that he hasn't had the opportunity to really play any Slark yet, which is his most played hero. But his performance on both Alchemist and the game that he played, Void Spirit, as well, was super awesome. They've been off for a couple of days, so they have had the opportunity to, I guess, practice a couple different strategies, get ready for this match coming up here, and I'm excited to see what they bring to the table for it. But Punisher, obviously my most standout player after watching some of his previous games.
I agree, and they looked really good over in their bracket. I mean, this team took all 4 of their games under 30 minutes. So I mean, in general, they seem to be very consistent, very good at hitting their timings and just kind of drafting in general. The big one was also getting the Keeper of the Light in a lot of those early drafts. So I'm curious, this is going to be a very highly contested series for Coddle, as we have both, the 4 positions for both teams are big Coddle players.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny that you mentioned that. Again, it's 2 matches where Sano has played Keeper of the Light, and a couple other the matches that he had in the open qualifiers for the SA, I believe 2 or 3. He played 2 Keeper of the Light games there. So this is his most played hero, and he doesn't really have that much public match data available. Sano is the biggest question mark for me. Somebody who I wasn't able to do that much research for. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just ban out that Keeper of the Light, because they know the least about this guy and they know that he plays a lot of this hero. It would not surprise me to see them just take care of it. I don't want to deal with that. He seems too good on the hero. Just get rid of it.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that we have been seeing certain teams just actually pick it up phase 1, especially these teams. We've been seeing them pick it up in phase 1. And just prioritizing the Keeper of the Light. And I think both teams might go that route. I think we've seen some overall first pick Keeper of the Lights from both teams. So we'll see what ends up happening. The Techies, I think, is still probably the best 4, in my opinion. This hero seems really good. It's either that or the Spirit Breaker now that is getting a lot more attention. So I don't know. Some big picks available for both those 4 players, which are quite good. I think we saw Costa Rica. They were the ones who did the Spirit Breaker and Darkseer lane, if I'm not mistaken, right? They're the ones who pulled that one out. Yeah, over Colombia. That was the big turnaround game against the Medusa, where they draft that Spirit Breaker early, go back for the Darkseer, ended up being a perfect pick. So we'll see if they get to do something similar like it again. I imagine they're comfortable doing it. So if the opportunity presents, that Spirit Breaker is definitely a hero that you're gonna have to watch out for.
I do think that they'll probably have the draft advantage on the side of Ecuador, though, just due to the fact that there's a lot of heroes that both these that Ecuador plays that they flex between their supports and their carries. Punisher and Songs both play a reasonable amount of, Punisher and Santa both play Monkey King. Songs and the PP both play a decent amount of Ogre Magi, so I wouldn't be surprised to see these flex picks come out in the early side of the draft here. It might confuse Costa Rica a little bit, but let's jump into the draft, shall we? We can see if some of these predictions end up coming to fruition.
All right. Yeah, I'm excited. We have the picks and bans for these teams coming up here soon. I'm not all that shocked. First overall ban was Keeper of the Light. They did respond with the Medusa, which is a little bit surprising. I know that this is something that both teams have played. Obviously, we saw Punisher take it, but they could take it on Costa Rica as well. But overall first is actually the Void Spirit. Overall first is Void Spirit. That is surprising. This is not a hero we usually see picked up like that.
No, it is not. Usually you wait until you see at least a little bit before grabbing it, but I mean, Costa Rica did play this against Colombia the other day and had reasonable success with it. I mean, ended the game with 13-0. So
yeah, Ryu owned that game.
And immediately we see the response of 2 of some of the most popular heroes in their respective roles as well, the Magnus and the Techies here. Actually, we've got nothing but universal heroes here. Do you think this is going to be the meta going forward? Actually, I think this has already established itself as the meta. These heroes have too much damage.
Yeah, universal heroes are just way too strong. It's unbelievable. It blows my mind. Whatever dev was sitting there looking at how to balance this game and looking at universal heroes already being broken and just decided, yeah, we can just make them stronger, right? That seems fine.
Yeah, 0.6 to 0.7 damage per stat. Let's go for it. And again, pick another universal hero here. Beastmaster grabbed as the 4th pick overall, the 2nd pick for Costa Rica. You have some big AoE damage. You have a lot of damage in teamfights coming out here. Unfortunately, we're not going to see the same combination of the Beastmaster alongside the Keeper of the Light as it's already been banned out, but we'll probably see the Vanguard build instead of Wild Axis spam come out on Beastmaster this game because of that, right?
Yeah, probably. I'm a little bit... We'll have to see, though, because if it ends up being Magnus mid into the Void Spirit, which could be their idea here. It's like when you see the Void Spirit picked overall first, you should respond with your mid counter pick. Which makes me feel like this is going to be the Magnus in the mid lane, but we'll have to see. Dude, do you think the 0.7 damage scaling was a typo and they just didn't want to roll it back? They're like, whoops.
The typo.
We'll
We don't
fix
want
it again later.
It's a typo. I don't think that's a little bit of a crazy conspiracy theory, my man.
Dude, maybe it's supposed to be
I don't think
0.57 to like just nerf it 0.03 or something, and then they're like, whoops, it's just 0.7. Just leave it. We'll see how it goes,
I don't think so. An interesting thought, if nothing else. But they get rid of another universal hero, Wind Ranger here. Also get rid of the Monkey King and the Phantom Lancer on the side of Ecuador. Surprised that they would get rid of the Monkey King themselves, because again, that is something that all of their players play. The second most played hero of Punisher is the Monkey King, and it's something that Sano has played in a couple of the matches that I did have data of, so they won't have that one available to flex either. They get rid of the TB, Wind Ranger, Slark on the side of Costa Rica. The Slark doesn't surprise me, especially if you plan on going like a Vanguard on Beastmaster, that you wouldn't be able to stand your ground against him, as well as having the Dispel to take off those stacks of Wild Axes. But they go with the CM immediately after Magnus, so you have a lot of magic damage here with your support duo on Ecuador.
True, you really do. I think this is Spirit Breaker Disruptor picks here seem pretty dang good. If I'm Costa Rica, I feel like those are both really strong. So you have the Spirit Breaker in the 4, and you just have Disruptor as the 5. Both pretty strong. They'll go for the Rubik. They want to sit with the melee and ranged lane partners, and again, just a generally pretty strong hero. Really good at stopping Magnus's initiation if you're fast enough. Like if you see him blink Harpoon in, you can telekinesis to stop the skewer. So
yep.
That instant, cast to like long range disable might be enough to save allies.
Excuse me. Yeah. You can either interrupt the skewer with the telekinesis or just grab him before you can get the skewer off. So awesome counter there. Also being able to steal things like RP. Stealing anything in Taki's kit honestly feels pretty good. Go for the Lich immediately after the Rubik. So this is going to be the support duo here on Costa Rica. You've got decent burst damage between these two. Another tool to kind of stop the Magnus as he tries to come in. Sinister Gaze is something that can come off pretty fast. And I do think you can interrupt techies in the middle of Blast Off with Sinister Gaze as well.
You can.
So that's something that they'll have to look out for here on Ecuador. So a lot of magical burst damage on, I guess, both sides of this lineup here. It's the thing they'll have to be very careful of. We have a lot of a draft reserve time left for both these teams, though, so they do have a lot of time to think about what their last bans, their last picks are going to be. But going to have to show at least one more core here on Ecuador before heading into this next phase. I imagine they pick up their offlaner here, which isn't something that Costa Rica is really concerned themselves with. Instead, they seem to focus on banning out like carries as well as that Keeper for Light, because Santa is a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, I think you need to get the offlane ban here. You're either assuming it's offlane Magnus, or you ban the or you pick the offlane here, because like you see it's a Lich, you see Rubik Beastmaster. You could respond with a carry already and then ban for your carry in this next set here, which I don't think is that bad. Exactly, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Okay, so they pick up Punisher's Alchemist, and now you can just ban for your carry and then pick up an offlane at the end of this phase, which the other benefit to going this route is you basically have 3 bans, if you think about it, because you have 2 bans and a pick, both in the all in the offlane role, so you can deny pick one of the heroes that you're worried about Alc playing into.
Yep. So we had an amazing game on Alchemist the other day. We ended 6-0 in 10. And I believe that it is his, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 most played carry.
They banned a Storm.
On Punisher, so. Yeah, surprising given that we see the Magnus here. Maybe they think that the Magnus is going to be flexed over into the 3.
You can, for sure. I think you actually might want to ban the heroes that really shut down Void Spirit still. Like, Queen of Pain is available, and it is a pretty good co-op game. It's also a decent Bat Rider game.
Yeah. ZPP has been operating on the side of Ecuador. Has been playing a lot of Bat Rider recently. So something to keep in mind.
Okay.
Nobody's been playing that much Magnus on the side of Ecuador though. So a little bit surprising.
I would guess they're gonna ban out. So TB's already banned. They get rid of the Morphling. Wind Ranger's banned. Bloodseeker's banned. Slark's banned. Monkey King's banned. Piela's banned. The only other heroes I think that you're really worried about would be like a Sven here. I think you'd probably want to just ban out the Sven. I think that is one of the heroes that can keep up with the Alchemist in terms of net worth and like still scale really well in terms of damage, and it matches up very well into the Alch. So I would probably say the Sven ban is one you're probably worried about right now.
Well, we'll see. Either way, there's a character they're going to have to get rid of as, and something that scales very well into the late game. Any good universal carries left in the pool? Not really.
Oh, they banned Jug. Not really.
I mean, he's been a little bit more popular
I think
recently.
Sven is probably the best pick, especially with the Lich. But for Ecuador, do you think they're going to go for a mid lane, or do you think they're going to go for the off lane? Because the Magnus is still a question mark.
I think they'll probably pick up an offlaner here. I'm almost certain. Actually, no. I think they could pick up a mid lane. I think they'll take Pango for their mid lane and they'll move Magnus to the off lane. That's what I think. I'm not sure what Costa Rica picks though.
Okay.
Well, we will have to see about that one.
I mean, you can go something like a Faceless Void, or you can go the Sven here. I think both are really good. I like the Sven personally. I think this is a very good Sven game. It matches the Beastmaster Void Spirit timing pretty well. It plays into the lane pretty easily. It matches up decently against the Alchemist. But maybe they're anticipating. Maybe they're thinking of running the Void Spirit safe lane.
How do you feel about Ursa here?
Ursa would be good. Ursa's pretty decent, I think.
I'd like to see Ursa. Do you feel that they've already been out? The 2 years that I'm thinking about here that I would pick in the situation are probably Bloodseeker and Ursa. Bloodseeker obviously banned out in the first phase, so really only leaves Ursa. You'd be able to get out of the Crystal Maiden slow. You took a reasonable amount of time to react to like the Alchemist stun coming out. You can hit your R. You survive Magnus bursting on you. Seems like a good hero. You need something that can definitely something that can go in and start fights. Yeah,
good call.
Ends up being the Ursa. And Pango was what I thought for my last one, but I'm not sure if they'll actually go for that. No, they go for a Spirit hero. So this Punisher going to be playing the Alchemist here, and almost certainly going to be mid lane Ember Spirit. Yeah, Fruitmag playing that as EVP on the Magnus. So he's going to be. I'm not sure if he maxes out in power, but Ember Spirit and Alchemist are going to be very scary with how fast they're farming and how much damage they can do in team fights with this.
It is a pretty decent Ember Spirit game. I just don't know if I like it more than having picked a hero that like really shuts down the Void Spirit. Just because it's like, we saw what Ryu can do if he is able to have a good game, especially on a hero like the Void Spirit. And this Ember doesn't really offer anything for against the Ursa either. So I don't know. I'm not 100% sold on this. It feels like a very good Ursa game and still a pretty dang good Void Spirit game. And unless Punisher gets off to a really good start and kind of like sets the tempo, I feel like Costa Rica's like late game or their scaling is just way better.
Yeah, it might just be a comfort thing. Fruitmag has played a lot of Ember Spirit. This is most played hero, or third most played hero in competitive, and fourth most played in pubs at 137 games. So just going for something that he's comfortable with here in the match against Costa Rica. Obviously, for a grand finals, nerves could definitely be there. And if you're on a hero that you're more comfortable with, then you'd be a lot better off. So we'll see if this strategy ends up paying off for them, and we'll see what kind of assist Magnus can do for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited for this one as we're going to get ready to jump into our first game of this best of finals. It is Costa Rica taking on... Ooh, where did we go here? Are we back? Yep, we're back. Okay, good. Good to go. Costa Rica taking on the side of Ecuador. And I don't know, Neff, what do you think looking at these drafts?
Looking at the drafts, I definitely prefer Costa Rica's lineup. Ecuador impressed the hell out of me in some of the games that I've watched, but drafts alone, I mean, Void Spirit pops off. Beastmaster is like a busted hero right now, and I really do like how the Ursa closed this thing out. So, but to go by drafts alone, Costa Rica for game number 1 is definitely my preference.
All right, nice. Okay.
What about you?
30 seconds to battle.
I feel like I like
don't be
Costa
afraid.
Rica's.
You're wrong so often on air.
Nah, I like Costa Rica's draft more. I think this Void Spirit pick is still really good, even though they overall first phase it. I don't think there's a lot here to shut him down. And then this last pick, Ursa, if you don't run this Ursa over at like the 15 to 20 minute mark with this Beastmaster, I'm sorry, with this like Alk Magnus, then I'm pretty sure Costa Rica just outscale you from like 30 minutes onwards. So we'll have to see. Should be a fun game regardless.
Yep. I'm excited for this one. And it's a best of 3 and not a best one. I'm tired of these best of 1 stuff. They're exciting, but again, you can't help but wonder if things went slightly differently, who the real team to come out on top was. Best of 3s definitely have their own appeal to them. Shiri's off to
Shiri is
already.
certainly dead. Yeah, that is a first blood for your Alchemist. Just gets caught there by the Techies and the Crystal Maiden. 2 heroes that have some of the best level 1 and level 2 spells in the entire game. So that's going to be an easy kill for him.
Yep. And with that, he sends out his Ring of Basilius and completed Magic Wand. So Crystal Maiden is going to be spamming out spells here between healing this Arcane Aura at level 2 or 3 and the extra mana that Alchemist is going to be provided with that Ring of Basilius. But we'll turn our eyes over to the mid lane right now. We see the Ember Spirit versus the Void Spirit matchup. This one is a classic. Definitely, I think it starts to go the way of Ember Spirit as the lane goes on, but it's relatively 50-50.
My God. He just denied all 3 creeps in the face of the Void Spirit there.
Yeah, that is rough. Void Spirit did his best to like try to pull him back with a Revenant, but did almost nothing there. And Blood Grenade finishes off. That was a Blood Grenade, right? Finishes off Ginsu up there.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it was. The Blood Grenade looks suspiciously similar to Techi's auto attacks. Well, nice 2 initial kills here for the side of Ecuador. And going off to the decent start that you were talking about to begin with. We'll see if they can keep up this aggression, though. Oh, top.
Yeah, they absolutely need to. You can't allow this Ursa to have a good game. And they actually managed to find another kill onto the Lich here. Just pulled back via the Skewer. And that is going to be a rough one because he's out of the lane. You have to walk all the way back. And with where the position that the lane is at too, this Ursa has no ability to see us in here now.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, so more fighting coming through those. They're looking for Shiri on the Rubik. However, a Blood Grenade holding Songs down, and it will be a trade 1-for-1. And Punisher is in very deep. 4 stacks of the axes on him. And
He's
one more
dead.
chop here from 433 should be enough to kill him. Unless he misses the... Oh, he misses the axes.
No, he hit it with both
He
those
only
axes
ends up hitting
there,
with
but
one of...
He popped the stick. Or the
He popped Fairy Fire. But
He's
he didn't
hit
hit
with
him
all.
with
He's
both
gotten
axes, is what I'm saying.
He did. He's got an even stack of them. Come on, Ricky. Keep up. 8 stacks of wild axes. The man doesn't miss, okay? You're underestimating 433 here, man. The man's built like a calculator. That's why he's got numbers in his name. Come on. He's continuing to put the hurt onto Punisher in this lane. It is very rough for him here. This does mean that supports are going to struggle to be able to rotate, so the mid laners are kind of on their own when it comes to contesting these water runes, which can go good or bad. And at the moment, with Ember Spirit this far ahead, I think it's kind of a bad thing for the Void Spirit.
structures are
Ooh, nice
fortified.
fort there from Fumak.
Are you closer to the 4-minute
And this
mark in
Ember
the
Spirit is
next,
actually owning this mid lane. 22-7 to the 17-4. He's having a great time. Pretty sizable XP advantage at the moment, and continuing to just find a lot of CS and definitely winning this resource battle as well, which is very important as we get closer to those 6-minute runes. Water rune is up though, but
But the supports have had like their hands full in these other lanes, so unfortunately no one's able to rotate and kind of secure a better advantage or tip things too far inside of one of these two mid laners. So things remain relatively even here, instead of anybody getting an overwhelming advantage. Elsewhere on the map, though, the Ursa definitely struggling up against the Magnus. He's quite far behind on CS. I mean, 25-9 compared to the 14-2. We're talking about this one.
I think that's the 2 deaths on the Lich, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's just so much harass that comes out from this techie. Like, he's got 700 attack range, with 65 damage each auto attack. It's so easy for him to trade with people, and this is normally like a very high kill potential lane between the Ursa and the Lich, but if you dive too far, you run a risk of getting skewered back into the tier 1 tower with how the wave sits right now.
This is kind of why I was thinking that Sven might have been a better play, because then you at least have like the stun that comes out with Stormhammer, and you have like a little bit more mobility with Warcry and a little bit more armor, but it just seems like Techies is one of those heroes where like you theory craft on paper, you're like, all right, this should be able to survive the Techies lane, right? And then you get in the lane and Techie still just kills you, and you're like, okay, well, nothing survives the Techie's lane.
Yeah.
He is making a rotation to the bottom lane, however.
Perhaps next time.
Coming down here through that twin gate. We get closer to the 6-minute rune and 6-minute mark, and it doesn't look like the supports are a little bit slow to rotate. Rubik now making his way over to the bottom power room, but turns back around when he sees he wants to get a little bit aggressive here on the Beastmaster.
And Fumak wins the 50-50 there. They are going to try and bring down Punisher. Level 3 axes should be able to finish him off, and they will indeed. Almost dodges it out, but it's not enough, as both Songs and Sano are now coming in here to find a return kill onto the Rubik. They will grab him, but losing the Alk is pretty big. You don't want to like give up these deaths early. So good play there, honestly, from Costa Rica. The high ground ward giving all of that information, seeing both of the supports leave, and they make the call to come back and try and challenge the Alk. So good stuff. That being said, look at Songs. It's almost that 7-minute mark, man. He knows the most important thing you can do as a support right now.
Yeah, man, it's just getting ready to snag that
they scanned it
there. They scanned it, but they're gonna be too late. They can't get there in time.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you scan it out. She's got no TP though.
She doesn't need it. She'll die for this, 100%. That's a full level.
It is, and on the other side of the map, the Magnus picks up his own Wisdom Rune. He gets closer to his level
Almost
6.
a full level. It's what, like 200? Yeah, it's it's like 560 XP, and I'm pretty sure level 4 is 560 XP. So it's a full level between, in total XP between the supports. So it's very good. Mid lane, oh, nice little sleight of fist there to dodge the mark, but it's not going to dodge the second one. And Ryu's trying to finish the kill, but it won't be enough. So he's going to get the reset instead on the Ember Spirit, as he will just TP on home. And Void Spirit will not be as lucky. So that is super close from Ryu. If he gets that kill, this game is very different.
Yeah. This is a good timing for Ember Spirit to be back up to full HP, by the way, as we get closer to the 8-minute power rune spawning. Rubik is going to try to come into assist.
He's going to chase
but
Void Spirit.
If you don't get this rune on Void, then I think he...
he does not.
Probably dead. Thankfully, the rune spawns down on the bottom. And Fumak's going to make a run for it. Does he have chains available? He ends up getting interrupted. Nice lift there by Rubik. If he can get away with this regen, he's going to try. He's doing it.
He's going to pop it. Perfectly timed. Yeah, he's got it. And Ryu could re-enter the fight here at any moment, but he's just going to go ahead, go back up onto the high ground. Full health, full mana, complete reset for him. This is big. I mean, Ember Spirit got the reset from just the Remnant TP to base, But Ryu being able to get a regen there of all things completely salvages his mid lane.
Yeah.
That is
Still
huge.
a little bit down on CS and net worth compared to the Ember Spirits. We can see the 52 and 12 compared to the 41 and 7 that Ryu has. But again, a little bit salvage there. I think that regen rune that he picked up could have been a lot worse.
It's all right. He has like 20 extra damage now compared to the Ember
Honestly,
Spirit,
things are-
so it's fine.
Yeah, things are not great in any of these lanes. Let's say bottom is going fine for Costa Rica. These other lanes, you definitely see the advantage that Ecuador has, and 2K net worth advantage because of that.
Never refuse gold
Yeah.
given.
Yeah, 4-3-3, he's got his Helm of the Dominator, and just going for the energy booster now for his mana boots. This is one of those things where I'm curious if he's going to go for the Helm of the Overlord, if he wants to try and pick that one up early, or if he is going to go back for something like the Pipe, the Crimson Guard. See a rotation down here, though, from the supports. They're looking for their opening. Songs needs to be a little bit careful. Fumak actually pops the smoke on the backside, but it's Ryu. He just grabs the kill right away. Punisher, no Chemical Rage available. He's going to go ahead and start channeling the stun, throws it over, finishes off the Rubik. Because now it's going to be Fumak continuing the chase here, wants this Void Spirit. But he's got a lot.
Expired.
Bottle, 14 wand charges. He's chilling. All right, in comes the Magnus. RP's available. He will grab him. Slight chains as well. Ryu starting to fall low, but the damage from 4-3-3 is pretty substantial.
Is under attack.
He's got these axes, and they'll be forced to
He's got
back
5
away.
stacks
They have
right
stacked
now
up
on
quite a
Magnus.
bit. Yeah,
7.
Ryu will
That's a lot of
TP out
damage he's
knowing
now
that there's
taking.
just too many heroes here.
I think
And
Magnus is
Linsu
dead.
actually gets the pullback. He's going to get the fine. Yeah, it's going to cost them 2 more heroes, but you've managed to pull like the entirety of Ecuador to the bottom corner of the map here. And this is all space for this Ursa who desperately needs it.
So, Ember Spirit and Beastmaster, 2 heroes that just love these drawn-out team fights and be able to spam out their Wild Axes and Sleight of Fist respectively. We saw 2,700 damage coming out from Beastmaster in that fight, and 2,700 from Ember Spirit as well. So, super extended engagement. Definitely favors both of them, but Ember Spirit the big winner there, for sure. Is he now?
Oh,
Let's see,
Quincy tried to bottle refill mid, but TP'd from outside the fountain.
You hate to see it.
Top lane, Ursa, thinking of getting aggressive here on the songs. He just channels the freezing field. Blank in trouble, but a nice save there from Rubik, the telekinesis, to pull her down. But
Oh
she's
my
still
God, he's just
chasing.
gonna
She
run him
wants this
down.
Ursa so bad. I don't know if he's going to find the kill, though.
Yeah.
In comes the techies. Sticky bomb here on his Shiri. This is level 4 versus a level 6 support. That's the difference of these runes, man. That's actually how much of a difference they make. Techies just dominating now.
It's rough to be a support now if you don't have an amazing early game and you miss out on those wisdom runes. You're usually level 4 at like 10, 11 minutes in here now.
Radiant's bottom tower
Man really needs to hit level 6 for his ultimate to have spell steal. Actus gives him so much more damage, but he's getting shut down at the moment. Now 9-4, favoring the side of Ecuador here. And I don't think a lot of these heroes are not slowing down. Alchemist is well on his way to finishing up this Radiance. Just 2 more creeps and he's got it.
Yeah, this is quite nice.
There
This is
it
a
is.
decent timing. You always dream for that pre-13-minute Radiance with the phase boots, and he's got it. Also managed to go for a casual Ring of Bassi, which is quite nice. So a little bit of extra mana regen for him to play
They're in
around. I
position
would
to
also
jump
like to
him.
see
They were
maybe...
just waiting for his ult to expire.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They've got the Roar available. He will throw it, and the damage from Gwynsu plus Sinister Gaze to follow it up, and he will die. Level 10 Beastmaster in this offlane. This guy is huge. He's the highest level in the game. He just passed the Ember Spirit off that kill.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yep.
is under attack.
He's one of the, I would say, bottom line was the only one that really went the way of Costa Rica. Everything else, I would say that Ecuador had a decent advantage of, and he's running away with the game because of it. They're grouping up on CM and Techies. Again, these supports do a lot of magic damage, and they do end up catching 4-3-3s to try to TP out, but reaction's too fast here from Fumak. Managed to catch both of them, and Lich might end up being an extra casualty of this one.
Dude, this is such a good response from the side of Ecuador. They just take down all 3 of them, and Ember Spirit's the big winner. He gets the kill onto 2 of these heroes. Unfortunately, doesn't get the Beastmaster kill, but does at least get you know, the assist gold. Walks away with over 600 gold for his troubles there.
Yeah.
Very good
And with
stuff.
that, his Maelstrom's going to be completed. He's working on his BKB next and already has 750 gold saved up towards that. So man is going to be putting out a lot of damage in these team fights. He's getting ready to just like play incredibly aggressively. We see these other items being completed elsewhere on the map. Again, Alchemist just finishing up his Radiance, going for the Sange after that. And of course, can't forget about the Magnus, who just about has his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, that's huge. Speaking of which, mid lane helps find Ryu. Very sick play there off the back of the Ember Spirit once again, and now Gwinsu trying to get away. Has managed to dodge out the Sticky Bomb, but these level 4 Searing Chains are doing so much work. And he'll pick them up another 2 kills as the tier 1 tower in the mid lane will fall next. And Ecuador really turning up the heat here, and this 15-minute mark is approaching, and this is exactly what they need to do. Like, they've got this Alchemist, they've got this Beastmaster Ember, or not Beastmaster, sorry, this Magnus Ember, who are having a really good game so far. And the only hero on the side of Costa Rica that's doing really well is that Beastmaster. But he's going for this Helm of the Overlord build, so he's not super tanky. They can find the kills onto him if he's isolated.
We'll see if they can bounce back from this one, but at the moment, things not looking amazing for Costa Rica. 8K net with this advantage. This is the exact time that you were discussing at the beginning of the game. They need to aim for this 15 to 20 minute mark aggression, and they're in a good position to have that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alk is farming super well, getting so much space as he's able to just take over the top half of the map. And this is what you want, right? Like, Alk wants to play the 2 jungle sides, right? He doesn't play for ancient camps. He farms all the small camps. He farms the wave, and he just goes back to farming the jungle, clears it out on repeat every minute, and he just prints money at this point. So he's got the Sange completed, now working towards the Yasha. He just needs the experience at this point. He's level 12, but once you get closer to that level 20 talent, this hero is very strong.
Yep.
Dire's top tower
Give
is under
Alchemist
attack.
the Empower now at level 4, and he's going to make quick work of this tower because of that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He doesn't have a lot of attack speed, but overall he has a lot of sustain thanks to the Sange bonus healing. So he'll be, getting through this tower in no time. Blank currently sitting on his Battle Fury Brown Boots looking for a Blink Dagger as his next item, so he is not having a great time yet. He has the Battle Fury, which will allow him to farm, but he cannot fight on this Ursa. He is not capable.
Yeah, a long way off at the moment. I mean, he's 0-0 and 0. He hasn't taken any deaths, so we've been playing around the map fairly carefully at this point. But we are still waiting for Blank to come online, and that, I think, happens after the Blink Dagger and maybe one other item. Then he's going to be ready to take some engagements. Until then, his team is going to stall for him.
Actually tried to make a play onto the Void Spirit there in the mid lane. If he had the chains up, I think Ryu would have died to the chains double mine.
Yep. I mean, I'm just going back to
the Empower spam onto this Ember Spirit is nuts too.
Yeah. Free Battle Fury. I keep going back to thinking about this Ursa. He had a rough lane though. Again, the Lich ended up dying twice at the beginning of the laning phase, had to walk back, and then he just kind of got zoned out by Techie's massive attack range.
They're gonna look to try and punish this Magnus. Oh, he just gets a huge RP. They do get the Chain Frost off, and it's doing a lot of damage here. The roar onto the Alk. They do bring him down as Fumok will go down next. Magnus TP's on home. A nice attempt from Ecuador, but even better response here from Costa Rica as if they can manage to find more. That's what they want, and it looks like they will. The Blink Dagger from the Ursa nets him a double kill. And, closing in on that gold lead, that's as good as you can get.
Yeah, beautiful Chain Frost and great first fight there from Blank. I mean, again, we were waiting for him to come into this game. 2,500 damage there, but the Chain Frost, as soon as Magnus came in with the RP, everyone wanted to group up on these heroes on Costa Rica, but unfortunately that ended up working up against you. Even more than what the RP did to group people up. You kind of like coming in there to get on those heroes allowed this Chain Frost to do so much damage, though. Well played there, not only by Blank coming into his first team fight, but also Ginsu. Great use of his spells there. And yeah, they bring this net worth advantage back down. They managed to take the mid tower, and get a little bit more grasp on this game. You feel a little bit more confident in this Ursa now that we've seen him take one fight?
I mean, it's really kind of all
or do
you
think
need
he's
on
still gonna
this
get shut
hero.
down?
You need like just a couple fights, and then suddenly you're online, right? Like he got a lot of experience for that engagement. He's up to level 13, almost level 14 now. Yeah, I don't think it's that unreasonable to say that this Ursa could definitely carry this game. Like I said, they had the better late game scaling here on Costa Rica. I firmly believe that. So the timer is definitely on Ecuador. Like they have to close this one out before this Ursa gets too strong. And the Alks build is pretty interesting. He's actually got a Heart of Tarrasque and an AC queued up. Oh, I mean, boy. They will catch the Beastmaster. The pullback, the Magnus will die, but they will trade. The Beastmaster will fall. The Chain Frost doesn't end up connecting there at all. They'll give themselves a second kill. The Chain's catching the Rubik, ends up turning into a third. So the Magnus, the sacrifice, well worth it.
Yeah, and I'd say not just that, they also get the Helm of the Overlord creep, which ends up being another 250 gold in his Alchemist's pockets, and he's well on his way to finishing that heart now. Just after that last engagement, almost saves up enough gold for the first component, that Reaver there. It looks like Fumak and Zano are going to go for this bottom tier 1 tower alongside it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Top lane, Ryu,
right,
shield rune, trying to put some damage into the tier 1 tower. You've got RP available on Magnus, but not enough damage to go through both like the shield rune and the resonant pulse there.
So how do you feel about this Magnus's build going for like the Shadow Blade as opposed to going for like an early like harpoon like we've seen? Oh, they scanned bottom. They think they're in Roche actually.
I think he really wants to catch the Rubik and the Lich on the backside of the fights when I see this. Kind of like get himself into a good position to then blink in on them afterwards, rather than catching people on the front side of the fight with the harpoon. I think that's what it's a sign of.
So the smoke pops the other way. They do know exactly where these heroes are. Magnus just comes through and dies. You never take the portal, man. They're baiting you on the high ground. Quinsu on the backside will probably die here to the Ember Spirit, and he does. His Punisher will chase down the Rubik. So it's a 2-for-1 at the moment. Magnus, no buyback to get into this fight, but Punisher, he's trying to find his heroes. Can they get the Beastmaster? That's a big one, and they do. Fumak with the double kill. And this might open the potential for Roshan. You know, Magnus once again throwing his life to the wayside for a successful fight, this time without using a single ability.
Yeah, I mean, you have to keep in mind, this is a position 3 Magnus. It's not a 1, it's not a 2.
Yeah.
It's okay for him to kind of play the sacrificial lamb here. It kind of sucks even that he had a really good start to this game. Like, his lane just absolutely dominated. However, I think he's remembering that he is the offlaner here. He can kind of put his body on the line, especially if his supports are the Techies and the Crystal Maiden. These aren't people that are going to be standing in front of these team fights, so it's up to him to kind of get information. Definitely think that he should go for some tankier items going forward here, if that's the role he's going to play, though. Like the Shadow Blade, he just gets blown up.
Halberd will help.
It's been working so far.
I also want to point out, Fumak is the actual damage dealer here. This guy went Desolator immediately after this last fight. He also has this Orb of Destruction. Techies is sitting on a Solar Crest and then an Acid Spray on top of it all. Like, these guys actually have a lot of minus armor you have to be aware of in these fights. And, yeah, it's going to hurt really bad for these supports. Like, yes, Lich does have the Frost Shield and the Glimmer Cape, but if you just take, like, casual Sleight of Fist here every once in a while, it's going to be a ton of damage. And it looks like they're going to just take the Tormentor away from the side of Costa Rica. That's going to be a free Aghanim Shard for the Techies.
Very unfortunate. Oh, I mean, they're not going to move back for their Tormentor because they're playing so heavily on the enemy team side of the map, but you got your heart completed now on the Alchemist. I'm not sure they have the damage to get through this guy, especially once he finishes up this Assault Cuirass or even gets the Plate Mail, the first part of this thing. Then I don't think that they have the burst damage for him.
Yeah, I think definitely during ult as well. Like, if he has ult up, I don't think you can kill him. But we'll have to see. They're going to try. He'll be sitting at, like, almost 150 health per second during ult, I think. So
Yeah. Good pickup
a lot
just
to
now
consider.
on Costa Rica, though. They finished up the pipe with Insight on the Beastmaster just now.
That's pretty big. Like I said, without going the aura build at all earlier, it does kind of make it so the Beastmaster is the split pushing hero that plays around his summons a lot more. And Ecuador doesn't seem to care. They're the ones grouping up. They're the ones who want to fight. And they're up onto the high ground. They've got the death, so they get the skewer, they find the lich, but do they have the detection? Chain Frost goes out right away. He throws the Frost Shield onto the tower to try and make some space, but the lich, it's slowly dying, and Sano goes in to find the kill. He will steal proxy mines on the Rubik. That is scary. You do need to be careful. The roar does come out. The Alk is there, but the RP to return it right back onto the Beastmaster to skewer him outside of the base. He will fall flank.
No.
He's popped the BKB. He came in for this thinking he could fight. Shiri catches a concoction. Can they continue the chase? The slight chains will catch him. And underneath the acid spray, he's sitting at 1 armor, -5 armor. Way too much damage, but they've caught the Alk once again. The heart regen might be too much. Fumak underneath the tower does have this Aegis, but they stunned up the Ursa. Blink will go down. Ryu pops that Aegis, and Fumak looking for more. They find Shiri in the trees. He's trying to get away. He throws the Pavis buff onto himself, and it's a rampage for the Ember Spirit. And they will grab a dieback on... Who diebacked there? Dieback on both supports,
both
Rubik
Shiri
and Lich.
Shiri, yeah, they both bought back in the game and died right away. That was so unfortunate, the initiation of the Ursa. I mean, I don't think anyone on the side of Costa Rica expected them to go that heavily pushing in there, but they realized they were just able to close out the game if they caught a couple of heroes. And the Ursa, unfortunately, just couldn't follow in with his Blink Dagger, ends up getting slowed to all hell. Black King Bar he activates, but he can't get his hands onto anybody. And because of that, they just crumble. They lose this at Araxio 25 minutes in the game. Now you have an 18k net worth advantage. On top of that, Fumak manages to find himself a double damager, and this could be disgusting.
As someone who has played a lot of Dota and has analyzed a lot of drafts, it feels really good when the exact thing you say happens. You're like, yeah, they have like this 25-minute timing, you know?
Yeah,
they have like this 25-minute timing, they're going to go high ground.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Hey, here's an analyst, Ricky. Man. Just know that you've done your job properly, okay?
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Second Tormentor will fall. They've got no objectives on the other side of the map, so they might as well back for their own. And that will be the Shockwave upgrade. Kind of an interesting one. It's not amazing, but the cast range is nuts on this thing. So that's kind of fun, because you can just snipe heroes from really far away, like catching supports, slowing them and pulling them your way just ever so slightly might be enough to set up a potential skewer back. So, not bad.
Yeah.
This was like the most weird Aghanim Scepter when it was an Ags, because it didn't work on Ancient Creeps for some reason. And it's like, it should. Like, it definitely should. Like, the initial blast works, but the second one didn't. It was so weird.
Bizarre.
But they're going to go ahead and give the Invis rune here to the Magnus, most likely. So he has... Wait, are they? Okay, no, they're going to take it on Fumak. So he's got an Empower. He has a brand new Nullifier completed as well. So he is all in on killing the supports. Nothing else matters to this man. Nullifier is just going to shut down this Rubik, shut down this Lich, Frost Armor, as well as Glimmer Cape. These items, these abilities just do absolutely nothing now. Obviously, you can't dispel Pipe, but if he ever would go for a Crimson Guard, which it doesn't look like he's going to get there anytime soon. So... Top lane, Catapult Wave, doing some work here. You have to come back on Costa Rica, right? You can't just split push this. Ryu is trying, but he has to fight. All right, he's TPing back. Punisher going into the tier 3 tower, has that AC completed, the Solar Crest planted on top of him as well. Plus the Empower. This man is so tanky, so hard to deal with. Sitting on currently 21 armor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And 180 health per second now.
Yeah, he takes the range rex and he gets back. He doesn't want to wait out the rest of the duration of his chemical rage. He's satisfied with just
Ember pops the whole smoke! Oh no, he just went for a casual slight in the mid lane and pops the entire smoke.
I'm not sure that smoke would have done anything anyways. I mean, we just saw the entire lineup of Costa Rica try to go for the bottom lane, plant that deep observer ward, and they didn't catch anything. They're just playing too clean right now on Ecuador.
And
Everyone's
one thing
together,
to
not
note-
giving him a chance to bounce back into this game.
yeah. Halberd's done on Magnus. So it just became that much more difficult to play the Ursa here. Punisher goes right back into top. He's thinking, Costa Rica, you're trying to make some play outside the base, but we're going to force you to fight us here. He will grab the melee barracks. That is going to be the second one to fall now. The only lane remaining will be mid. Well, that was a very weird sentence to say.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, these other two lanes are just going to constantly push in now, so their backs are against the wall. Split pushing has become near impossible. I mean, Void Spirit's trying to leave the base in order to get a little bit more farm, but he's only got 2,200 gold. I'm not sure he's going to be able to finish out his next item before Ecuador try to close this game out.
Jeez. Sleight of fist damage with this Empower is just too easy. He just slights, kills the whole wave, and, almost to a Lincoln Sphere now. He is about, about 1,000 gold away.
Mm-hmm. Ever since they changed it to not do half damage to creeps anymore, it's been insane with Cleave.
Oh, top lane. They're looking for 4-3-3. The Magnus grabs the courier, skewers him back right into his allies, and Beastmaster will fall.
Yeah. Top lane, shove in
I'm not
naturally,
sure
and
if you
Roshan's gonna have an
noticed.
instant respawn.
I'm not sure if you caught this. Alk disassembled his Radiance into a Butterfly and a Nullifier.
He did?
That's actually
Oh,
sick.
he did.
That is so sick. Just disassembles Radiance into Butterfly Nullifier. That is so good.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Has that level 20 talent now as well, so the base attack time reduction, any BAT reductions are very good. Costa Rica might be able to steal the Roshan here, which would be, that'd be amazing for them if they can. And it looks like they should be able to, as Blank is continuing to work on the Roshan. That will give them the Aegis in the cheese. But Neff, I have to ask you this question: is 2 lives even enough?
I don't think they are. He's going to try to mount a defense here, though. They both TP back into the base. They got to heal up to full. But like I mentioned, Void Spirit, he's not going to be able to finish this next item before this final push coming out from Ecuador. Costa Rica have to fight now.
They're going to try. They throw the Chain Frost, but a huge RP. But there it is. The interrupt from the Rubik, but it gets it off anyway. The Skewer back sends them all into the side of Ecuador, and Blank is alone. He's trying to get away here. The BKB will expire, but he's already popped in Rage. He has an Aegis that will survive for the moment, but he has nothing left in the tank, and it's going to be Techies who comes in. Stolen Freezing Field from the Rubik, but the team is falling one by one. Nice roar out from 4-3-3, but the damage is just too much. You've only lost the Magnus. You force a buyback now on this Ursa. As Fumok continues to slide around in this fight. It's just too much damage. You got double Nullifier up on both these heroes. He's looking for 4-3-3. The Nullifier comes out. He gets the stun. He's just going to beat him down. Punisher finds the kill. Blank on the backside. He's in deep. He was looking for the Crystal Maiden, but he can't. He's all alone. The GG comes through, and game 1 will go the way of Ecuador.
Yeah, it ended up playing out exactly how you thought. I figured Costa Rica, they'd have these strong frontlining heroes, the Beastmaster and the Ursa, they'd be able to close this out, and things looked relatively even at the beginning, but as soon as some of these bigger fights started breaking out, all these items got finished off at the same time. The Radiance, the Maelstroms, and this Blink Dagger in Ecuador. Once these team fights started, they really did. And again, 39k net worth advantage. At a glance, it looks like a one-way stomp from before the laning phase even happened, but this all happened post-laning phase.
Exactly. I honestly feel like the 2 deaths on Lich at the start of the game really, really hurt this Ursa, because I feel like his lane would have been okay, but then Lich being dead twice and then not having a way to TP back, it made it so that this Ursa was just 2v1 in lane against Mag Techies. They had complete lane control. Like, if you looked at where the equilibrium was, it was at the perfect spot right off to the side of that hard camp. So if they wanted to pull, they could pull, but anytime the Ursa comes up, he's going to be taking like 3 to 4 right clicks from the Techies, a shockwave, and potentially a mine into a skewer. So he just couldn't farm like 4 waves in a row. And I think that was just the biggest problem for Costa Rica, was this Ursa's game getting completely shut down that early.
Yeah. But we're going to take a look at exactly what happened and what went wrong in some of these team fights here. We take a look at these replays. But yeah, from very early on, Lich ends up going down, and we see this bottom lane not exactly going 100% the way of Costa Rica here either. I mean, I would say the 2 lanes were definitely lost, which was the mid and the top lane. Those going Ecuador's way, of course. But bottom lane was a little bit more back and forth, but I would say Alchemist got free farm, as did the Beastmaster here.
Yeah, you didn't stop Beastmaster, or you didn't stop the Alch from farming. The thing was like you got like really farmed on the Beastmaster, but your Alch was just content, doing what he does. And as soon as he has like level 5, he just goes and clears the small camp like behind his tower like every minute as well. So he's getting way more out of the lane than you're gonna get. This is the one fight that looked really good for Costa Rica, and that was just maybe a little bit of over aggressiveness coming out from the side of Ecuador, as the Chain Frost just getting max bounces there.
Yeah, that was such a sick response there by Ginsu.
Yeah. This game just started to fall apart. I think this is the Deso reveal where like Ember comes in, just starts destroying the supports. Magnus walks in, dies here, but then it ends up costing you your entire team again, right? Like they just chase you down one by one. You had already committed the roar. It's just way too much damage.
It seems to be a common theme in Ecuador, though. They seem to like send somebody forward, they die, but they get enough information for them to be able to win these team fights.
That's true, right? That's kind of what they did with the Ursa, or not the Ursa, with the Spirit Breaker. Yeah. So I love this. I think they've done some really good work here. Fumok on this mid lane Ember Spirit. I mean, I was a little bit of I was doubting this hero a little bit in the draft, but he absolutely destroyed Ryu in the lane. Like it was
rampage.
Yeah, I mean, just at the lane stage, first like 5 to 8 minutes of this game, like he had a pretty sizable net worth advantage, like 600 to 800 already. He was massively out farming him in terms of XP. Ryu almost got that solo kill, and if he did, I think his game would have been a lot better. But when you're that much behind, Fumok just inches out.
Yeah, and here we see the end. They can't even get close to them, unfortunately. The GG comes out, and Ecuador take game number 1. A rough ending to that, to be sure. I hope that they're able to bounce back here in Costa Rica instead of having that first game damage their mental too much. But Ecuador obviously played very clean there, so congratulations to them for game number 1. But once again, this is a best of 3. It's not best of 1s like we saw out of the other cone. We got some real ass Dota, so the best team will certainly win here when it's a 3-game series, right, Ricky?
I agree. And Ecuador honestly look like the best team. They really do. Ever since what we saw in day 1, they have absolutely crushed it. All of their games have been very convincing, and this one was no exception. So we're going to be throwing it to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 here of Ecuador versus Costa Rica in the IESF Grand Finals. So we'll see y'all in a bit. What's up, everybody, and welcome back here to the IESF World Championships. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Neff as we're going into game number 2 of this best of 3. It is the Northern Cone Grand Finals. The team that wins this series will advance to the main event, and we've got Team Ecuador taking on Costa Rica. Game 1, pretty good though, Neff, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, Ecuador managed to clear it in a pretty conventional fashion. They come out 2 lanes, game's relatively even post-laning phase, but not long after that, Ecuador just start dominating, and we'll see if they can continue that domination for a quick 2-0 victory. It looked pretty rough towards the end of that last game, but you know, it's very possible that Costa Rica shake off that loss and make this a 3-game series and tie things up, but we will have to see. I'm excited for this one regardless. Team Ecuador has continued to impress me here. We'll see if they keep that streak up. But Ricky,
Yeah, I agree, man.
this is a big deal, though. I mean, the winner of this game does qualify for IESF, gets to Romania, and gets to compete for $100,000 as well as represent their country and region of countries in their area. That's a lot of weight on your shoulders.
It is indeed, and they're gonna be meeting some pretty big teams when they get there, right? There's a lot more qualifiers that are still to happen, but at the moment, you've already got Team United States, which is, you know, the Nouns team, and now you have Peru from the Southern Cone qualifier, which is, you know, this basically Team Hokori plus El Micho. So it is 2 already really strong opponents that are going to be at the main event. And honestly, right now, Ecuador looks like they can go toe-to-toe with these guys. So I actually want to see them advance and see how they actually, you know, match up against some of these other big powerhouses.
Yeah, I'm excited for that as well. Let's hop right into the draft, though, and we'll see who ends up ahead here as these powerhouses. And right away, we see Bloodseeker banned out. They waste no time getting rid of that. Makes sense to me, man. Again, Costa Rica has seen a little bit of success with this hero, and Ecuador does play a bunch of Pangolier, and that is not a hero that you want to play against Pangolier.
I will say one thing I have noticed out of Bloodseeker is that it might be the only hero, the only carry in Dota right now that you can pick that doesn't just like default lose his lane to certain matchups. Like, he might be one of the only heroes that can play, you know, without seeing the off lane. Like, you can first phase this hero and actually feel pretty okay with it regardless. There's not a lot of heroes that are like good against Bloodseeker right now in the off lane because he has so much sustain through thirst. There's so much fighting happening around the map constantly that he's able to just move super fast. So I feel like this is why we're seeing Bloodseeker get targeted a lot more. So yeah, it's interesting how that kind of meta developed, but Rupture is just a nut spell, it seems like.
It shuts down a lot of the spirit heroes in the early game as well. Not Storm so much, but you know, Void. It makes Ember's life pretty difficult. It shuts down Puck, I'd say reasonable amount, and Queen of Pain. All like these jumping around, super annoying to actually hold in place heroes. They banned the Beastmaster second year on Costa Rica, so it leaves things like Magnus, Medusa. Last game we saw Kia for the light band out first. That one is open as well. Sano plays a reasonable amount of, so that is exactly what they go for. They go for the Keeper of the Light here.
I'm not that surprised, but I think you responded with a Spirit Breaker hero here. I think you respond with a Spirit Breaker and like Magnus probably. Or just Magnus in general. I feel like you can just take it if you want, but you need something that can deal with Coddle and find him on the back line. And Spirit Breaker has been one of the best at doing this. Then we'll grab the Wind Ranger and the Spirit Breaker. Okay, so exactly what I wanted to see. Like your damage hero with a Spirit Breaker. I think this is the absolute best way to answer the Coddle.
It makes it much easier to actually go in on somebody and land a good shackle shot as well when a charge is coming in, because not only do you have the vision of the hero as they like try to move into the fog and whatnot, you can like line up a decent shackle shot after the charge connects with the hero as well. So these two heroes have great kill potential together. Where do you imagine this Wind Ranger is going to be played, though? Do you think this is going to be mid like we see somewhat often, or more often I think it's been played the carry role, right?
So that's the kind of cool thing about the Wind Ranger here is if I'm Costa Rica, now seeing the Medusa, I'm taking this as the 3 position. I would go Spirit Breaker, Wind Ranger off lane, and go like early Diffusal and just run at this hero. Because as a universal hero, she gets a lot of damage from Diffusal. It's one of like the items that people kind of sleep on, I think. In general, it's the highest like amount of damage per gold that you can get for universal heroes, like is Diffusal, and you just picked a Medusa. So I think Wind Ranger Diffusal from the off lane with a Spirit Breaker is probably really strong here. And now you just pick like the few carry or the few like hero matchups from the carry or mid lane that can actually fight as well. So they're gonna get rid of Darkseer. They'll probably get rid of Anti-Mage, stuff like that you're like really worried about playing as a Medusa. But I don't know. What do you think? Am I crazy for saying Diffusal offlane Wind Ranger here?
You're not crazy. I mean, again, universal heroes can do anything, and against a Medusa, it just kind of makes sense to try to burn down her mana faster. I honestly don't mind it so much. I think they'll go for it. It is hard playing into this Chakra Magic as well as like Mana Shield, though. I will admit that. So maybe they'll go for something else that has more mana burning potential. Surprised that they haven't banned out the Anti-Mage so far. I'm going to be honest with you. I would honestly just pick up an AM here. And we've seen AM in some crazy roles in some of the games that we've casted before. I remember watching a Diffusal Blade Vanguard Anti-Mage played in the offlane once. Were you there for that one?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
that
we're
was
China
EG. It was EG who did it. They picked.
No. There was China did it first. I forget which.
Oh, you're
specific
talking
game,
way back. Yeah. I thought you were talking about this patch, like because it may in Major they ran mid anti-mage for Chris Luck. We've seen offlane anti-mages as well as a response to the
Which
Medusa.
team was that?
They're gonna get rid of Dark. They got rid of the Morphling actually, which is I think one of the other really good counters to the Medusa. Could just become Medusa but better. But yeah, I think you still have to get rid of the anti-mage. I don't think you can play Medusa as a core if anti-mage still exists.
Yeah. We'll see what ban out next here. Again, they've only got one ban left on the side of Team Ecuador, so I'd be very surprised not to see the anti-mage gotten rid of here. Certainly whoever has to play the Medusa is screaming, please just ban anti-mage. I don't want to have to deal with that this game. Because even if you bring that mana shield down to like 1/3 or 1/4, at that point you use the mana void, not only kills Medusa, but everyone beside Medusa as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you feel about this Underlord ban? A hero that we were just talking about kind of falling off.
It's good
now
against
it's
the
just
SP.
like getting banned.
It completely shuts down the Spirit Breaker. Like that's the thing. You set up a Pit of Malice beside the fight, the charge doesn't end up coming in, especially if you're playing this position 4. You're not able to get like a BKB. At that point, you're never getting a good initiation off. It really sucks. So I think that's what that one is all about. It's also possible that Team Ecuador picks up, or it's possible that Costa Rica doesn't want to pick up the Rubik because they already have the Spirit Breaker as their pause 4. So kind of just checking all their boxes there, making life easier for the SB, and they don't plan on taking a Rubik for themselves. Do end up
Dude,
taking
what a good Pango steal.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is something that Fumac has been playing. Yeah, it's been Fumac's like one of most played recent heroes, so Costa Rica denying that from them is a very big deal. You pick up a Diffusal Blade on that hero, it obviously scales very well to Swashbuckle, and you're able to get through Medusa's Mana Shield quite easily. And you have the Disarm as well. It feels super good against the Medusa.
Yeah, this is really smart. With I think like you were probably looking to go for the Pango yourself on Ecuador, but they have to prioritize, banning out heroes good against the Medusa, and that's one of the downsides of picking this hero this early. And now you have to find answers to the Pango as well as the Spirit Breaker and the Wind Ranger, which are all heroes very good at playing into their lineups at the moment. So mid lane with a Pango, I think you have to like respond with something like heavily counters this. You could go for the Void Spirit. I don't know if that's good enough. I think Queen of Pain is pretty decent, but then you're playing Quap into Spirit Breaker, which is already pretty rough. Oh man, what can you take mid here?
Well, just you go back for another universal hero. They take the Void Spear and they're gonna run that one in the mid lane. I mean, I was thinking it would be either that or the Ember's already been banned out, but yeah, it basically had to be the Void Spirit then. It does pair okay with Keeper of the Light, not as good as the Ember pairs with it, but Again, you have burst damage potential.
I think
we'll see.
the Void Spirit has to just be comfort here. Like, I don't think it's actually that great of a Void Spirit game, but he does have a lot of burst damage. And if they actually manage to get the jump on the Wind Ranger, if he managed to get the jump on the Wind Ranger, he could probably kill her.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need to pick your 5 here and hide your carry pick because you do have carry pick for 18. I am sold that this is offlane Wind Ranger, man. This has got to be Spirit Breaker. It's either it's there it is. Yeah, they're gonna go the Alchemist. That is interesting. Like I said, I thought they would save the carry pick last and kind of hide where this Wind Ranger is going.
How do you know this isn't going
Blanco
to be a support out?
wants it. There's just no way.
There's just no way. All right, we'll make a friendly
Alk
wager.
is just like too good as a core.
One generic energy beverage if this is a support Alk.
Neff, don't you owe me like crates of generic energy beverages at this point?
That's right, I do. But
Okay.
what's one more?
I'll pull it off your tab.
Double or nothing.
They get rid of the Lich. I think that's correct. It'd be another really good Lich game. Crystal Maiden is still available as well, which would pair really well with the Alchemist. You typically want to just play a hero with kill threat when you have an Alchemist now because you can just play super aggressive in the lane with Acid Spray and Concoction. And CM Lich are some of the best. Trying to think if there's something else here that you could be able to play with the Alk lane. Maybe an Enchantress, but I think Enchantress doesn't offer enough control.
Yeah.
And I know Gwynsu plays Crystal Maiden actually quite a lot, so.
Does Gwynsu does play a lot of Crystal Maiden.
Oh,
The Shadow Demon, so they get rid of a save that makes
also good against the Medusa.
That makes reasonable sense,
right?
Yeah.
They will ban the Terrorblade and the Timber Saw. Not really knowing where this Medusa is going to go, right? You could be safe lane, could be off lane. It's one of the benefits. And Costa Rica having last pick can definitely still hide a little bit with their draft if one of these heroes might end up being a support, as they will pick up the Mars. So just a little bit of team fight here. Decent into the Wind Ranger, obviously, as the focus fire can just get absorbed by that wall. I don't know. I think still Wind Ranger going for a defusal this game is like really, really, really strong.
I agree. It's good against a number of the heroes here. If you focus fire down almost anybody, if you drain out their mana, even the Mars, like he's just useless in the team fights. He just kind of walks around with his shield at that point. He's not able to spam out God's Rebuke and Spear of Mars. The Mars pick is a little bit bizarre because they don't play very much of this. What do you remember?
Pango's Rolling Thunder is still bugged with the Mars Arena still. Like, you can't go through it. So even though you're debuff immune, Pango's Rolling Thunder for some reason doesn't allow you to go through the wall, whereas like every other form of debuff immunity does.
What?
So it's still bugged.
Yeah, and they end up going for Crystal Maiden just like you talk about, so it is not going to be a support Alchemist, unfortunately.
I'll just add the one to your tab, Neff.
Yeah, well, what can you do?
So 4-3-3 will take the Wind Ranger, and the 3 will be Shiri taking the Spirit Breaker into the 4 position. This is kind of exactly what I was hoping they would do, and I'm curious what Wind Ranger's item build is going to be. I would love just a first item defusal here and just play around your defusal, because it's a pretty dang good defusal game in general. Like Mars and Undying, you can burn through their mana pools super fast, and then they just don't really contribute a lot. It's always good against Void Spirit. The downside is there's a Coddle, right? And anytime you're worried about, trying to play around the mana burn, Coddle can just come in and save them really quick with some Chakra Magic, but they'll also have a defusal build on the Pangolier. We'll see. Yeah, do you like Costa Rica's draft more, or do you like Ecuador's draft more?
I mean, I said that I like Costa Rica's draft more in the last game. I think I like it more again. Several of the heroes on Ecuador kind of fall off. Mars doesn't feel as strong as it used to be in the late game. Neither does Undying, although he's got a decent save now. It's not like amazing against it. They won on Costa Rica, and I think Cotta will probably fall off as well. So I'm gonna go with Costa Rica again. I prefer the draft here in game number 2.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on this one. I think I like their draft more as well. I think on top of it, you just have like the draft just makes a little bit more sense to me. What will be the big defining factor is whether or not this Mars arena actually messes with Pango enough, because that's why they picked it here. It's like decent enough against Focus Fire, but I think it's picked here to shut down Pango because it's basically like a coil. Like you put the arena around him and suddenly like Rolling Thunder doesn't do anything. So
Yep.
Could work. We'll see what happens. But we're going to go ahead and jump on into this second game here. It is Costa Rica versus Ecuador.
Very
Our Northern Cone Grand Finals, the winner advancing to the main event here for the IESF World Championships. And Ecuador currently up 1 game.
Yep, nice spot to be in. Hopefully the pressure doesn't get to be too much for Costa Rica, because I am hoping to see a damn good game number 2. I want every game to be good Dota, man.
Of course we do. We all do.
Wow.
Yeah,
Hopefully
remember when
the evolving team will give it to us.
Mana Shield used to just provide like 200 mana?
Yeah. But now it's just a passive that you get for free at level 1.
To battle.
So, which is better? He's get a free skill point now.
Well, as I'm saying, like the
Thoughts?
free skill point still used to provide 200 bonus mana at level 1. Now it's just 0.
Oh, did they nerf? Oh, yeah, they did.
Yeah, they nerfed it from 200 to 0, and it scales from 0 to 200 now over the 5 levels
Yeah.
instead of 200 to 300.
Well, it was a little bit overtuned, I would say.
The battle
Yeah.
begins.
They made it relatively balanced there.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to be 2-2 on the bounty runes here once again. Sano will head bottom on the Coddle. So nothing kind of unexpected from the lanes here.
That's right. Alchemist is off to a decent start already. It does have that innate ability. Talking of passives that people get for free, Furball is good, giving him twice as much gold at the beginning of this game. Wow. And
So
Mars
much
to start
gold.
with a bunch of extra stat items and no regen. He's going to ferry that out to him at the start. Hopefully, Ginshu puts the punish on him. Yes, this is exactly what I like to see. You come to lane with no regen items, you bully the hero down in the bottom lane. They're just running him down, in
He's
fact.
dead. Unless they hit the
He's
blinding
dead.
light, but
That's
that
what
is
you
first
get
kill.
for coming to lane without regen and without your support.
CM, Alk, always a strong lane duo. You have to be very careful of this. They did commit 2 blood grenades. So, you know, that is at least, you know, some gold expended, you know, 130 gold spent to get first blood.
Expectation.
Not
Yeah, but,
insignificant.
Like 300, 400 gold towards this Alk for getting the first blood. So, nice
Oh,
start
yeah.
for him.
It's definitely worth it. It's just, you know, spending the blood grenades is not the best thing at all, always.
Yeah. We'll take a look elsewhere on the map. We see the lane shenanigans going on here top, pulled between the tier 1 and 2 tower by the Spirit Breaker. Undying just continue to trade with him here, but we'll make Wind Ranger's life a little bit difficult, and things, I guess, slightly more difficult for the Medusa instead. Down in the bottom lane, once again, we see people trying to commit onto the Keeper of the Light. And, old man managed
That
to
was close.
stave off death one
That
more
was
day.
so close.
Yep. And it was down to like what? I think it was like 4 HP there, something like that.
Player's courier has been killed.
His horse
Damage
said
variance would've
nay,
made a
and so
difference.
did he, my friend.
Yeah, a classic.
I believe that's how the voice line goes.
That's right. Was secure on that CS, throwing out that Spear of Mars there. But now the bottom lane relatively back and forth. Alk will be able to continue to CS, as will the Mars, up until the Alk has a little bit more mana sustain. Once he's able to keep like the Acid Spray down to level 2, it'll be a little bit more difficult for Mars to be able to sit inside the lane as much. Take a quick look over into the mid lane. A little bit of an advantage for the... Actually, they're trying to run down this Mars once again down the bottom lane. Acid Spray connected, I think, after the stun did, so it didn't do quite as much damage as it could.
Yeah, plus CM a little bit out of resources here. No mana. We'll grab that Lotus, though. Ends up using it instead of giving it over to the Alchemist, which is quite funny. So
That's what I would do, too.
that's a little bit rough. But mid lane,
Nice
a nice
rotation.
dive here with the help of Shiri. And taking down Fumok, I mean, this is massive. Like the Pango Void Spirit matchup, you pick the Void Spirit, you get punished. That's not good.
Yeah, he got the double bash off on the Spirit Breaker there, by the way. Hits him, charges into him, hits him once, he gets a second bash, so not a chance that Void was going to be able to survive that one, unfortunately. This has been having a reasonable time, though. Wind Ranger now struggling quite a bit. Try to harass him to do so, but not so easy, unfortunately.
Oh, they are in way too deep for this. The Blood Grenade comes out. Wind Ranger, she's just dead.
Yeah,
They just took a
questionable
2-hero
fault, for
decay
sure.
right on the face.
Yeah, I mean, they used their ability to run in there. Wind ran offensively, had no boots of speed, and then Undying goes all of a sudden, okay, awesome. I'll just drop a tombstone on you. And nothing
Yeah,
they can do
exactly.
about it.
Well, Punisher sitting pretty healthy in his lane still. Half mana, but has 9 wand charges to work with. We're going to see the rotation bottom come through as Shiri's trying to help bring down the Mars. They've got the slow. The roots are there. Another Blood Grenade comes out, but it's not enough damage. He's going to get skewered away. Oh, they do finally dive him. Winsu will be enough to find the kill. Now rooting up the Keeper of the Light. Another concoction will get thrown, but that was a lot of spells committed for that Mars.
Yeah, he was surprisingly tanky there. And I didn't think they would go down to the last crystal. Main attack is relatively close. I don't think he got the damage block off on that attack, so did end up just barely melting. But, I mean, again, for it, yes, he managed to find the kill onto the Mars there, but Alchemist now has to sit very far back away from the lane. Rotation to the mid lane by the Spirit Breaker again, but you do have Dissimilate available on the Void Spirit. So I don't think he's in that much danger. I'll be able to just walk this one off. I don't think Spirit Breaker is going to go too far, though. Again, we're just about the 6-minute mark, so these power runes are about to spawn. Keeper of Light's going to come in as well to try to assist with the bottom one. But Fumac's quite low and not level 6, unlike Ryu.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge difference. That's, you know, that first kill. They're going to go ahead and drop the tombstone here, and Ryu, he actually ends up missing those bounces and ends up bonking a wall as well. But he will chase after Fumok here. Without any mana left, though, has to swashbuckle away. They have a charge in 1. He can deny the rune with this. Shiri does not charge in for this, and as a result, Fumok gets the rune.
Now he's level 6.
Okay.
Fumok could... Alright, doesn't end up going for it. But yeah, I thought he would get level 6 off that catapult going down, but he was just 9 XP short for that entire play. I think if he hit level 6 off the catapult and someone just like walked out of XP range, in fact, he's going to try to go for Ryu here. Doesn't have enough mana to follow up with a Resonant Pulse, though, so he can't finish him off.
Yeah. The damage reduction as well from Shield Crash might just be too much. That 20% might have been enough to save him. And speaking of which, they're just going to charge the mid lane into the swash. They just get the return kill instead. What a play from the Spirit Breaker once again.
This game, we see Costa Rica making a quick rotation.
They got both
of
Wisdom
all the
Runes
Wisdom
again.
Runes. Yeah. Well, on top of that this time. And
Yeah,
he
completely
will end
different
up
from
getting the
last game,
observer
right?
award for it.
Songs is in a lot of trouble. If he decays, he gets level 4, and he will. The question is, does he still die here? Absolutely. A little swashbuckle action there. Finishes him off.
For scraps.
Yeah, Orb Corrosion.
But, I mean, that's the difference in XP. Look at the supports levels here. Shiri is almost level 6, whereas you just hit level 5 here on the or level 4 on the Undying. Mid lane, they're looking for the Coddles. Easy kill. Once again, going the way of the Spirit Breaker.
Would have been nice if
5 kills now.
It would have been nice if Ryu ended up getting that one, because again, the faster he gets his defusal, but I think the better off his team is. Fumac. Oh, they push him up to the high ground. You hate
That
to
was
see
good
it.
positioning there from him.
Yeah.
Eh. He does just secure himself the arcane rune though, which I think is all he was really wanting.
Yeah. These rolls a little bit unsuccessful.
Mars went Meteor Hammer, by the way.
Interesting choice. We'll see if he can take an early tower with this one.
And that's the only reason you would pick it up, right?
And yeah, but he just dropped it on the creep
gives
wave
you, like-
instead of the tower.
Yeah, it gives you like wave pushing power, but he needs to be like dropping the Meteor Hammer from Fog. Like he needs to be hitting the tower with these things.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Alchemist does play pretty well against Meteor Hammer. Just able to like quickly load up a stun and throw it out during that channel time.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just farming waves with this thing. I mean, it's fine, I suppose. You know, you are going to get yourself something. And it is like decent stat wise in terms of regen as well.
Yep.
But it feels a little bit unfortunate when you're not getting kills with it. Or getting towers with it. Speaking of kills, though, Shiri, level 6 already, has the Nether Strike to finish off Fumok in mid.
Mm-hmm. Just getting decimated there on Void Spirit. And is he actually down to the bottom lane?
Yeah, they do drop the arena out. They get Crystal Maiden as well. The spear will be enough to finish her off. Okay, nicely done. So I mean that is the spear into Meteor Hammer drop. It is a lot of damage as it finds the Crystal Maiden, but they're gonna look and try and turn her onto the Mars. He has a charge. Has to throw the spear to cancel it as he's out trying to run away. We'll go for the TP, but does he get bashed? Oh no, he's not TPing. He's just dropping a Meteor Hammer. Now he's trying to TP. No bash though.
Oh my god, he gets away with it. Man, just drops the Meteor Hammer and TP's out. Just like that. It's that easy. I mean, it's slowing down Alchemist going towards his Radiance by a little bit. Go ahead.
No. My point's not like time relevant. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to point out Alchemist, they did slow him down, but he's moving towards this stack with the Mud Golems to provide him quite a bit of farm just due to how they split up.
Oh, yeah, it always feels good. Yeah, no, this is the best thing about Alchemist, right? You just fall back, you farm the stacks behind the tower, and then you just go right back to farming the wave, and you're like not really under threat as long as Chemical Rage is there, so it's pretty easy. I would say they've been giving a lot of space to the Medusa. Like this is the only hero that's really having a great time on the side of Ecuador. Like everyone else is definitely having a little bit of a rough lane, but Medusa's doing great. Seno, mid lane, in some trouble here as the Nether Strike does come through. They drop everything here. The Tombstone comes down. Ryu with the Rolling Thunder will be able to just use that to get away. And Shiri will TP. So they're going to be just fine. Oh my gosh. Is that the diffuser reveal? It is.
Yeah. Yeah, he turns back around, trying to get the swashbuckle off onto the Void Spirit there, but he almost ends up paying for that one with his life. So I think he's moving a little bit further away now, but the PP wants to finally make use of his Meteor Hammer.
He clips a tower. It does have the arena, but no mana to play with thanks to that diffusal. And he's trying to just hobble away here. Shiri doesn't have the vision to go for the charge, and so he will just back away. Top lane, though, Wind Ranger has been allowed to do, just sit up here and farm. She has been not forced to leave the lane at all. And she is rushing the diffusal, as expected. So it is going to be a first item diffusal. She is 70 gold away. And that is going to make this Medusa's life very rough. In fact, they're charging her back behind the tower. She's forced to pop the stone gate.
Oh my god, look at the rainbow teleports.
Yeah, they bring everyone. They're like, nah, you leave Punisher alone.
Whole squad.
I mean, that's pretty big. That's a lot of TPs to the top side of the map.
Yeah, as long as he gets out of here now. He does have his TP available again. It just came off a cooldown, but he once again sees Punisher up in the top lane. Punisher sees the Spirit Breaker as well. Yeah. Daddy's just gonna sit up on the high ground. He'll charge Sano in the mid lane instead. So this will provide Ryu vision as he tries to dive him. And unfortunately, I think Horseman's going down.
Oh, the wall arena. He actually ends up getting away thanks to the bulldoze, at least from the meteor hammer, but it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade there. And now space for the Alcas. He had that Radiance completed. Now looking for a Blink Dagger as his next item, just continuing to farm this one up. What team do you think is actually like favored at the moment? Because this game seems incredibly close.
I do think it's Costa Rica favorite at the moment. I mean, you have a net worth advantage, which is partially due to the Alchemist, but partially you coming out ahead on your lanes. I mean, Medusa's not that far behind the Alchemist. The next two placements on the net worth charts, it's just Pango and Wind Ranger. In fact, your Void Spirit is 1,500 gold behind the Pangolier at the moment. And the fact that you have 2 Diffusal Blades completed means that Medusa's Mana Shield is going to get eviscerated in these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny, there's a smoke to the top side of the room. DD bottled up on Fumak here. They're looking for the Medusa. They head all the way to the deep creep camp and couldn't find it. Fumak here behind the tower. He's going to dissimulate to dodge that charge, and the Wind Run power shot's actually off the mark as well. Punisher will come in here with a nice Stone Gaze as Shiri's trying to TP on out, but they get the kill. They grab the tower. All right, so they get something.
Yeah,
do force some more heroes to the mid lane.
Yeah, there's no way to fight back into that one. After the DD was popped, the Tombstone placed on the ground, they go, okay, I should probably step away.
Yeah, Mars bottom lane. He's going to go down. And Rolling Thunder's up on Ryu. The question is, can they get out now? As Songs, he's under that protection of the Flesh Golem, trying to survive. But the Shackle into an instant kill on the Void Spirit. Double kill for 433. Oh my god, he got bursted.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker charge is going forward here. The question is if they want to continue to follow this one up. I mean, if he doesn't... Alright, he's moving. Oh no, he's stuck on the high ground. Do it. What?
Well, now he's just cliffed the Rumble Hide. That's rude.
No. He's got... That was a 70-second cooldown ability that he just used to go down.
Instead of waiting for charge? Yeah, I don't know.
Instead of waiting for charge. That's his ultimate.
Yeah, well... Now he's cliffed the Now he's cliffed one of the.
What do I know? This guy is the one
funny.
competing for his country, not me. Okay, he knows better than I do.
It's true. So Ryu on his way to his Aghanim Scepter for the Pangolier, just gonna rely on that swashbuckle, the mana burn. Dude, the diffusals are doing an absurd amount of damage in these fights already. Like between the Wind Ranger and this Pango, like it's stacking up so fast.
There's one neat thing about this. All the stacks get credited to Spirit Breaker now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Until they clear that Rumble Hide. Anyways, Aghanim Scepter being worked on by the Pangolier. You see the Medusa here now clearing out this Spirit Breaker made stack. But yeah, just like 1,500, 1,600 gold away from finishing up the Aghanim Scepter there on Pango.
Ooh, mid lane. They find the Void Spirit. He tries to pop the illusion and get out. A nice Arena and Spear will pin down the Spirit Breaker. And they do manage to connect for the moment with that Meteor Hammer as well. And the Ryu's taking a lot of damage. But the question is, can they actually chase for more? The pullback on the Remnant. Fumox found him. The charges continue and 433 comes in. There's that focus fire onto this Medusa, taking so much damage. But she's all forward by herself and just gets blown apart by the Keeper of the Light. And now they look for Blank. Caught up under this solar bind. He can't escape. And ZPP blinking forward, looking for this Crystal Maiden. Ends up being an amazing fight for Ecuador despite everything.
Yeah, I mean, Costa Rica just entered that one at a time. They catch several heroes inside the arena. The Alchemist arrives late. The Wind Ranger arrives late. It just, again, lack of coordination there from Costa Rica. And Ecuador punishing them super hard for it. Taking the team fight and then the tower. And now evening the game back out. What was once like a 4 or 5K net worth lead has been brought down to 1,000 there after that last fight.
Dude, the Colo got so much in that fight. He got 900 gold for himself. The Medusa, the next big winner at 774. It's just going to get her really close to this Butterfly. And that is one of the answers to this Wind Ranger, right? Like, you have this Focus Fire with this Diffusal. If you get that early evasion from the Butterfly, it's going to give you a lot more effective HP. 35% more effective HP to be exact.
Dire's middle
And she has it, actually. It's just done. 18-minute Manta Butterfly. Smoke's going to pop on the backside. Guinsoo drops a ward up onto the high ground. They have to know. The jump in the arena. Does he find a spear? He doesn't. He gets bashed instead. The spear will finally get dropped, though, and it's the Wind Ranger who's stuck. Shiri TP's out at the last second, but Guinsoo not going to be as lucky, as is going to be the rest of the team collapsing around him. So they get 2 kills here. They're trying to force the objectives on the side of Costa Rica, but getting punished for doing so.
Yeah. And now game completely falls even, but XP heavily favoring Ecuador after that last team fight, as we can see.
Massively favoring.
Now they've got their work.
Jeez.
Yeah. Now we can see they've got their work cut out for them. I mean, Wind Rangers has taken 2 deaths in a row, not really feeling very tanky. Spear Breaker doesn't have any items completed. Pango still working on his Aghanim Scepter, but that's not going to help him deal with this arena. Things feel really difficult for Costa Rica all of a sudden. I think you need BKB on Alchemist and probably like another defensive item after your Aghanim Scepter on the Pango to be able to take these fights.
I think you're right. Oh, man. Game, Ecuador looking very good now.
4-3. Yeah, Ecuador is going online. That's another thing. Like, this butterfly is going to help deal a lot with the focus fire. Like, 1/3 of the attacks are just missing all of a sudden onto the Medusa.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, you just, that's your answer, right? When you see this focus fire diffusal, it's like, all right, early butterfly, and you have a lot more effective HP, a lot less mana burn. Nice shackle to the mid lane, catches the Void Spirit, the Rolling Thunder perfectly timed. And they got him. Fumak falls. Beautiful play there from the 2 cores. Is now he's looking for Shano as well. And the charge over from Siri will get canceled. So he might survive this on the call. Yeah, he's out. He is very fast under that spirit form.
Yeah. Hero's already way too fast. And he gets another like 50% movement speed with that one. That just feels amazing. And he's going to continue to try to block this push coming in, spamming out the waves with his Illuminate.
They got vision on 4-3-3 bottom. He's got to be looking for the arena setup, but the question is, like, who's going to get down here? The only other hero that's coming close is this Undying, but that is not enough damage.
Yeah. Speaking of Undying, he's working at Heaven's Halberd. He's dreaming big right now. I like it. It is very important against both the Alchemist and the Wind Ranger, though.
Yeah. That's kind of funny.
15 talent now completed on Pango. He's got 3-second cooldown on the Shield Crash and his ball. So now he can really use the strength of his Aghanim Scepter he completed.
This, I feel like, is going to be a pretty slow Roshan. You have the Medusa illusions, but you don't have a lot of you have like no minus armor actually. So this is going to be a moment, but they're definitely going to get it eventually. Is it also, you know, Wisdom Rune is up, Tormentor is up, the scan comes through, and Costa Rica will know. The question is, will they bother coming bottom, or are they just going to go for the tower?
They'll go for the tower. They aren't anywhere close enough to it. Like, maybe if it was a Dire Roshan, it was nighttime right now, they might be able to contest, but they were at like the worst place of the map and try to go for it right there.
Yeah. All right, well, they open up tier 2, they open up Outpost, and they control this whole top side of the map now for Costa Rica, which, you know, is not bad. But Aegis being on Medusa is going to be rough to deal with because she's closing in on an MKB here. It's not the best item against a Wind Ranger, but you also have to consider the Radiance being built, or the Radiance that is done on this Alchemist, right?
Yeah, but at this point, the Medusa is just going to stand her ground and continue to auto-attack you, like regardless of anything that's happening inside the fight. Well, Wind Ranger would normally be able to like trade with her. You have 6 seconds of just complete evasion while you're focus firing. Medusa might be able to win these trades now, especially considering she has the butterfly.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, they got it. Tier 2 falls. And they
Medusa will
just
turn her
TP
eyes
out.
towards-
They send everyone back to mid. They're looking for this Spirit Breaker, but it's got to be the Mars to initiate that one, so they will not find anything.
Well, Shiri will get
Set
away
the
for
smoke
now.
Up.
Yep. And towards either this Wind Ranger or the Alchemist, either of these pickups would be huge. They
I think
realize
the Wind Ranger is what you're really looking for, but it's just going to be a Crystal Maiden instead. The Remnant to pull her back. Easy pick off there for the Void Spirit. He's closing in on a Manta style. He's actually pretty dang close. Has the ultimate orb now.
Yep. I'm sure you're not happy on Ginsu, but you do kind of scout that smoke. You stop the Alchemist or Wind Ranger from going down, so 4-3 and Zblank are both going to be happy
Shiri
about
mid lane?
that. He's
Okay,
not so
no.
easy to catch
Kumon
again. He's
doesn't
still
go
got a
for it.
Shadow Blade.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He's also just 1600 HP. Dude, their Wisdom Rune is still here, and Ryu is going to find it and just steal it from him. I actually just can't believe they left it for this long, especially after the Roshan, and now Songs is going to go down on the Undying as well. Ends up dropping the Tombstone for this one. The Rolling Thunder canceled at the last second there, so they find themselves a freebie. He pops that a Wisdom Rune. That's big.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised no one tried to TP for that. It did take them a while to kill that Undying, but I guess they just got priorities elsewhere on the map. Manta
They
style now
could
completed
force this
on
tier 2
T-Mac.
top and look Tormentor.
They were trying in the Medusa. I'm thinking there's just no way they pull that one off.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe that's what they'll do.
I actually
now.
really
It'll take
like the
Undying a
idea
while
of
to-
going Tormentor here.
Yeah, it'll take Undying a while to join his team if they try to take a large-scale fight, but we see the heroes on Costa Rica side just kind of scattered everywhere on the map. It's very clear they don't want to try to take a fight against this Medusa nearby this tier 2 tower.
And there it is. Tier 2 is gone. And with the rest of the team, they stuck around long enough. It looks like they are going to go for the Torment. Okay, or not. I feel like if you stuck around that far, I figured that's like the objective you want to steal real quick, but they will just back away since Void Spirit has DP'd out now.
Yeah, maybe they feel it's a little bit too slow. I mean, it's got a lot of HP regeneration per second.
I think Medusa can just kill it with her illusions, like. But Shiri here once again on the Spirit Breaker, having some fun. As he'll pop the Shadow Blade and kind of like look for these openings. They grab the Void Spirit. A Shackle is there, the Nether Strike as well, and he's just instantly dead. Punisher comes in now on the Medusa. They will trap her in place thanks to the arena. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but that's a big win for Costa Rica. I think you're okay with this entirely.
Yeah. There's the Void Spirit grabbing the Wind Ranger. Or, sorry, losing the Wind Ranger, grabbing the Void Spirit there is a pretty big one.
I mean, there's 6k ahead here on the side of Costa Rica. I feel like the powers are pretty even. And I mean, Coddle just gets popped and he drops the gem. Just so far forward, underestimating the amount of damage Costa Rica has right now.
Yeah, that is a big
He's just
win
the
for
one
their
on the
side.
front side of the fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Okay,
attack.
Yeah.
this game looks really rough for Ecuador now. They pretty much used the entire Aegis duration, didn't really get anything out of it. They got a couple towers, but they lost just as much of the map of themselves. And they didn't take like any Tormentors. They didn't threaten high ground, and Costa Rica is still farming. I feel like this is actually really good for Costa Rica.
In fact, they're still not taking the Tormentor. The Undying sitting beside it, like, guys, come on, please. We're here just a moment ago. Can we please get the Tormentor? My man, you need to get away from that thing. All right. You blocked some of the damage.
Like I
but
said
you still
earlier,
need to get
man,
away
it-
from that thing.
Like they had the illusions earlier with the Medusa and the Aegis, and they had like 4 heroes nearby, and I'm like, they can just kill this Punisher or kill this Tormentor in like 2.5-3 seconds. The enemy one, just steal that away. It's like that 1,400 gold is actually pretty huge.
Vindicator's Axe for Medusa. That's a nice find. Plus 20 armor while you're disabled, and they have a lot of stuns on the side of Costa Rica.
Yeah.
I feel
The
like that's
silence
overtuned.
isn't, that useful, but the rest is very good.
Yeah. 35 attack speed and 20 armor is sick.
Yeah, Vindicator Axe has become one of my, I think, my favorite tier 3 item right now. Unless you're a universal hero, in which case Defiant Shell is very cool.
Yeah.
Spirit
I mean,
Breaker
they
with
see
a charge
Shira, he
forward, they
ended
catch
up-
him with the dust.
That's unfortunate.
Oh,
That is so unfortunate. As if charging
They just
straight
walk
through
out of the
where
jungle.
Void Spirit happened to be. Yeah. We'll go up a little bit of farm. Or 3 up in the top lane, try to shove that in, make it difficult for Ecuador to accomplish anything on the map. And he can't walk out here by himself, otherwise, I mean, Wind Ranger will just 100-0 you, even with your bulwark. BKB is now completed on the Mars, though, so BP will be able to just charge in recklessly, blink in, pop the BKB, throw an arena down, and maybe take a fight with the Medusa. I mean, she does a lot of right-click damage right now.
yeah, Medusa does do a lot of damage. I think the biggest problem is going to be this Pango now. Like, he is super farmed. He has the Basher completed. He's got, 2,500 more gold in the bank. He can just kind of choose to itemize however he wants from here. And Wind Ranger's Aghanim Scepter is going to be a massive problem for Ecuador to deal with. Like, this constant invis wind run is so annoying. And top lane, Fumak, he gets caught. The Shackle, not in time. Couldn't get the angle there on 433, and instead they're going to try and turn it back the other way. He didn't have Spirit Form. It was 1 second on cooldown.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, if he gets the Solar Bind onto the Wind Ranger there, she is dead. Mid lane, they're looking for Ryu. They smoked for this. They see him. The question is, can they find the kill to start this one off? The arena, the spear's actually off the mark. The shield rune protecting him for so much. And the Rolling Thunder's there, but this is what I was talking about. The wall, the arena, you can just walk right, you just bonk right into it. I actually have no idea how he got out of the arena wall. But either way, he's out. Some big problems there, missing that spear.
Yeah. Unfortunate for them. I doubt they're going to make that mistake again, but that Pango kill would have been so important. Again, second most farmed hero on the enemy's team. Medusa just surpassed the Alchemist's farm just now, by the way.
Yeah, Medusa is definitely going to be a problem for them. And it's the Coddle that's behind her that is just constantly topping off her mana. And that is something that always will be pretty scary, which is the reason why you have like this double diffusal build. But the Alk, it does not do the damage fast enough, I think, right now. He does not do enough to deal with this Medusa. It's got to come from the Wind Ranger.
Yep. Roshan respawned, by the way. Crystal Maiden has scouted this one out down the bottom right corner of the map. So she knows it's there. I don't think you want to give this one up if you're on the side of Ecuador. You have the ability to fight into them.
You definitely
right now,
can't.
You damn well should.
Yeah, but this Focus Fire damage, level 3 Focus Fire, so much bonus attack speed. And the question of will they even sniff this one out, dude? I don't know. Like, it's not. They just get the Roche for free. Mars here, not going to see anything.
They're going to try to take a team fight here regardless. I mean, if somebody
Oh,
shows
they
himself
found her.
on
The
the
Spirit
creeper-
comes out. She's dead. They're looking for 433 though. That's the big kill. This Wind Ranger. That's the counter to this Medusa. She's gonna get caught by the dust, the TP. It's not fast enough. They have the evasion piercing from those MKBs. And
She
will
dodged
fall
a
as well.
lot of those attacks, regardless of that
She did.
MKB.
Yeah, she dodged like 4 in a row before that one hit.
Yeah, that would have been bullshit. I mean, she's got yeah. For some reason, she has an elven.
She's got the
tunic
Elven
as
Tunic
well,
as well, but
yeah, it shouldn't make a difference. You have 100% evasion with the wind run.
all right.
I was about to call.
the high ground we
this is going to be a
go.
red card if she got away there.
Meteor Hammer is going to come out, hit this tower. With the help from the Medusa, it's going to be a lot of damage. They'll have to drop that fortification right away. I love this Tombstone Songs is placed. they're gonna have to deal with this because it is a decent save, right? Like if anyone is in trouble, they can just jump on into the tombstone and get pulled into safety, and Medusa will grab the tier 3 tower. But a quick pause, actually.
Okay. Alrighty. Pause comes out. Tombstone's got 11 seconds left on it. Medusa probably have to get back before this tower is even finished. Wind Ranger also has another 11 seconds before she respawns. She's got the cheese to work with too. Alchemist is sitting on the back of the team fight. His chemical rage has already been popped, so I'm pretty sure he wants to go in here. The question is if they can finish off this tier 3 tower first. Again,
Yeah,
with
they
this
know there's no
tombstone expiring,
Manta.
all of a sudden they don't hold this. I think they just have to like blink in on Mars. He doesn't have arena actually. I think they get
No,
chased
he
out
doesn't.
here. They might just like lose this Medusa on their way out.
I mean, she still has Stone Gaze, right? I think that's the thing that's saving her. And Manta is only 6 seconds away. I think she's gonna try and greed out this tower, but Gwynsu's running in right now for the play, 100%. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, he wants to, he needs to, but it's just all this tombstone. It's actually just zoning him out. Blank can't blink in because of it. They see the Crystal Maiden and they back away. Smoke up, and that's it. They're out.
Tombstone ended up stalling that one out long enough. So regardless of the fact they are up 6k net worth right now, Ecuador managed to find the first tier 3 of the game.
There's the charge.
Jimmy's coming in though.
Yeah, they're going for it. They find the Mars. That's a big one. The arena on
2
cooldown for a
seconds till
couple
arena.
more seconds, but there's his
He's gonna
BKB.
drop it.
And it's going to save him. He can definitely drop it on Ryu and try and trap him, but he might just turn this around. They end up just finding Gwynsu for free on the backside. He walks under a ward. And now it's time for Ecuador.
You have to be a little bit
Punisher
careful.
finishes up at a Silver Edge, too.
Are under attack.
Right, they go for the haste, and Shiri heads up to the top lane, tries to shove this one in, wants to force somebody back right now. Crystal Maiden's dead. You have to be a little bit careful with this push, not be too gung-ho. Keep in mind, you're fighting into Aegis and Cheese as you try to break high ground here. Not to mention a net worth disadvantage. The only advantage you have on your side is the fact that Crystal Maiden's dead, but she's got buyback available, and she's up in just 10 seconds now.
Yeah, I think they're fine just like keeping Costa Rica boxed in and waiting out this Aegis, because that is going to be a massive problem for them if they don't manage to do it. But another charge comes through. They find Punisher this time. There's going to be the Nether Strike. The Shackle is there, but can they stop 4-3 from killing her? Bonked on down to the low ground. She's actually going to be on the actual low ground. She can totally reset. There's the arena trapping the entire side of Costa Rica, and Punisher is going to live through it all. A big Mystic Snake catching 3. His mana completely restored, ready to go. He takes down this Crystal Maiden, falling one by one. Costa Rica in so much trouble as the Aegis will get popped. Blank gets the blink for the moment, but the Solar Bind is there, and Pango cannot help him. It's a double kill for the Medusa. And what an arena from the Mars.
Alchemist has no buyback at the moment. He's got it in 10 gold. So he'll be able to come back into this fight in just a moment. Okay, he's got it now. Well, that was a very
What do you have
weird
left?
the moment there.
He has
I mean,
no
you have
BKB.
Alchemist. He's got no BKB. He's got Chemical Rage in just a couple of seconds. So, and he's got Plate Mail in the stash. So he will be relatively tanky if he chooses to defend here. And they're taking this fight without Mars in Ecuador.
And his
This
last
is still,
fortification.
yeah, second tier 3.
Radiant's
That you've
middle
now
tower
lost,
has
and
fallen.
They
They're
exit the
back.
base. Cool, calm, and collected on Ecuador.
I think this is a good back. You get the second fortification. You get another tier 3 tower. You force a lot out of the side of Costa Rica, and now you finally do have the gold advantage. You have full map control. I think they're going to give up map control here to kind of reset, get some items, kind of get some health and mana back as well. So we'll see. Well, actually, they just want to fight. They find a DD top. Okay. Sometimes you just find a DD rune and you just go again.
Right when you need it. This Medusa it's like just about done to BKB, which would be awesome to complete before this next fight. However, she at least has buyback this way. Nice. Roosting room.
Oh, there's the Yules. They caught the Wind Ranger. Perfectly timed spear from the Mars. The follow-up damage. It should be enough. There's the break. The Silver Edge is enough. Blank comes in, though. Gets a great initiation onto 2 as Ryu follows it up. She does have that Stone Gaze pop that's going to freeze down this Pango for the moment, but Ryu's still very tanky with all that bonus damage structure. But a great jump in from Fumak, perfectly timed to find the Pango. It's a double kill for Punisher. As Windranger, no buyback. Pangolier does have his. The question is, can you stop this DD Medusa from taking your base? You have no fortifications available. He will buy back. And the Medusa, looking like she might back herself. There is a Wisdom Rune over there. She could look for her 25 talent with this. I think that's... Okay, no, they're going to give it to Void Spirit for his 20 talent.
20 talent. Yep. He would drop the bottle, I think, not realizing that he was going to take that one there. Anyways, he goes for the Shadow Blade immediately afterwards. So one more item under his belt. Medusa does have the ability for a BKB, but instead looks like she's going to opt to buy a Swift Blink. She had a Blink Dagger queued up earlier before she finished some of these other items. Yeah, she wants to be able to sit further back and then instantly join the Mars arena and get clicks off onto people.
It's also just a ton of burst damage, like, that you get out of, like, Swift blinking in, like, with the split shot. Like, you just do so much damage in those first few seconds because of that bonus agility. And I think overall, this just gives her the ability to, like you said, jump in with the Mars. And I think that's what's really important.
Yep. Swift Blink now completed, and they're going to smoke up. Roshan, we're not going to see his response from the dude. Yeah.
All right. One last push here. Most likely they have yet to take a lane of barracks, but they have forced 2 tier 3 towers, and there's no fortifications left on the side of Costa Rica, so these buildings are going to fall quickly. Nice disarm. Ryu needs to be careful. Void Spirit. Just tickling him for now. But this should be the melee barracks. Oh, the blink out. Perfectly timed there from Punisher. Ryu still goes in. Does manage to get on top of this Mars. They're doing a decent chunk of damage. They find the Void Spirit. He needs to get out and fast, and he will. He survives for the moment here with the BKB on the run. The arena doesn't trap anyone as they pop the Stone Gaze as well. It's just get the barracks and run, I think. They do manage to find a Yules. They grab the Crystal Maiden, but he needs more help. He needs extra heroes to do the damage, and it's a Swift Blink over from the Medusa. They do manage to do it. A Shackle comes through. They trap the Medusa, the Force Staff. They pull her up onto the high ground. She is losing mana and fast. Can they finally bring her down? Blank is trying. The self-heal from this Coddle is just way too good, and Punisher will survive. They're going to buy back on the Alchemist now as Ryu will fall as well. The Medusa still doing okay thanks to these Chakra Magics coming through, and the Windranger gets pinned against the wall. Big damage in from Blank on this Alchemist, but he's all alone. He's got no spells left. That's a dieback. And Ecuador might have just punched their ticket to the main event.
Yeah, 14k net with advantage. The main 2 heroes here down, Pango and this Alchemist. It's just a Windranger against the world right now. I don't think she can do it.
No, not really. It's too easy. You've got all the spells coming back up from Mars. The Yule's just into Spear. It's just way too much to just control her. He's got the gem now that was dropped. It's just too much. There's too many answers now. And 4-3-3 on the backside, trying to find the Undying here, and that will be enough to actually find the kill. He could jump in his Tombstone, but they don't even find the kill anyway. They get her. The Yule's onto the Spirit Breaker. Will stop Shiri in his tracks. The Nether Strike is there, but that is going to be it. Ladies and gentlemen, Ecuador will be the ones to play for this Northern Cone qualifiers in the main event.
Yeah, with a 2-0 here for Team Ecuador, there can be no doubt that they are the superior team. Take down Costa Rica. Well played by them. We saw some incredibly impressive games where they turned around what I thought would be just a complete loss. So very well deserved by them. Punisher played a perfect game here on the Medusa. 15-0, despite the fact they were behind for a good portion of this. That was absolutely incredible.
He had a really good lane, at least. Like, his lane was always good, right? Like, he was able to just kind of farm up, stick relatively neck and neck with this Alchemist. But yeah, the fact that a couple of these fights with the double diffusal you have out really early, I thought for sure you would find some kills on this Medusa, but it just never happened. Like, Sano on this Coddle was just always in the right spot with Force Staffs, with the mech, with the Chakra Magics to top this hero off. And at that bottom engagement, you're like, oh, they're going to get her. She has no mana. They have Alk and the Windranger on top of her. He pops the mech, he pops the Chakra Magic. She gets one snake off, and finally, Punisher just survives. It's so close.
Yeah, I mean these chakra magic coming out, just being able to top Medusa off, then her being able to get the snake on top of that, just like provides her so much. It is I don't know. You're sitting there thinking they finally got her this time, but she managed to get away. This goes to show the strength of Medusa in this patch. Why so many people choose to ban her out. So the Alchemist was available. It looks like these two diffusal blades on the heroes didn't end up being enough, and Ecuador comes out on top today. So played the meta very well, played team fights very well, and when we pull up some of these team fights now, we can take a look at exactly what it was that won Ecuador this match. But a lot of this is just going to be, a highlight reel for Costa Rica, because again, the early game they were doing quite well for themselves. They find kill after kill here.
Yeah, they got a lot of kills early on, and it helped set Blank up for a really good mid game. And honestly, this mid lane I think was the most surprising to me. Like, I did not expect Pango to crush this lane this hard, especially with like the fact that I think Pango was picked before the Void Spirit anyway. Like, I think they responded with Void Spirit. Yeah. So this was like an intentional, like, we wanted the Void Spirit into the Pango, and then Pango ends up just kind of crushing the lane. I think maybe partly because of the Spirit Breakers, like global rotation from the charge, but still ended up being a really good start to this game for Costa Rica, like you said.
Yeah, just them diving towers, finding kill after kill. I mean, it was hard to fight in some of these heroes, though. Like you mentioned, there's the whole Mars versus Pango matchup that makes it very difficult for the Pangolier. I'd say they played Mars on Ecuador quite well. This patch he feels a little bit underwhelming, and yeah, he ended the game 2-7, but tons of huge arena setups that stopped them from being able to continue to pursue the other heroes in Ecuador. And there was also several times where like they hugged like some of these walls. Like managed to get away from like the Pangolier on the side of Ecuador, like the Medusa getting pushed to low ground that one time. I'm sure we'll see that fight relatively soon, but I don't know, even in this one, for example, what ended up being like an amazing fight for Costa Rica at the start. They just kind of came in one at a time. I really felt like there was more team cohesion on Ecuador than there was Costa Rica.
I agree. Ecuador, that was like the one thing that I've recognized from them in this qualifiers is like all of their team fights have been really clean. Like they're grouping up correctly. Like they're just doing a really good job. And also, like, Fumak on his Void Spirit. What was it?
As the game went on more, I think it just became more clear that they had like really good teamwork.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Fumak on this Void Spirit had some sick catches on this Pango. Like the instant Rolling Thunder ended, he was just like, boop, got you with a Remnant. Like, it was holding his Astral Step in until like that exact moment. Like, he just had some really, really good catches as well. So yeah, shout out to him. Like, really good plays. Yeah, the last pick, Mars, it ended up being enough.
Yeah, this fight,
Here
remember
is
this
what
one?
You're talking about.
Oh my, push to the low ground here, then the arena comes out, Medusa, then all of a sudden the Wind Ranger can't do anything. She's balked inside the arena, the auto attacks aren't going to hit the Medusa, and they turn the fight around on them. There were so many times where the Medusa was so close to death, but they couldn't quite finish her off. It was like, I've been on the side of Costa Rica in some of these games. It is so frustrating to deal with. You think that one kill could just turn the game around, but you can't ever quite get it.
Yeah, I like I was saying, I feel like the damage from the Alchemist just does not come out fast enough compared to the Medusa. This was the catch right here that was just so clean, just grabbing that Pango like that. But like Alk, yeah, he goes in, throws the stun, and tries to just lay into him. But yeah, that was the brutal moment, right? The heals from the Coddle, getting the Chakra Magic, allowing the Medusa to survive there, and that was the nail in the coffin. There was no comebacks from here at this point.
Yeah. The game was too difficult from then on. I mean, they already lost the Pango there. He was dead without buyback available. And then Spirit Breaker tries to put up a good fight as did Wind Ranger, but they couldn't hold up the weight of the world at that point. And the game went to Ecuador in a 2-0 here. So more back and forth games than the first ones that we cast. At least these ones were a lot more competitive. And I'm excited to see what these teams bring in the future. But for now, it is going to be Ecuador moving forward, playing Romania for that $100,000. What a prize.
Dude, it was sick. That was a very good series. And yeah, well-deserved from Ecuador. I mean, they played both games really well. They've played every game super well in these qualifiers. They didn't drop a single game, let alone a series, as they went completely undefeated through these Northern Cone qualifiers. And
you think they'll do the same thing at the main
solid
event?
Probably not. I think there's a lot of really good teams in the main event, but I think like this should be a team that people will have to prepare for. Like they clearly are a good squad.
Mm-hmm. And who do you think is going to be the MVP for this game, Ricky? Or what?
I'm going to say it's Punisher. There's no way it's not Punisher. 15-0-11 on the Medusa. I feel like there's no chance it's not Punisher. What do you think, Neff?
All right. It's got to be Punisher. I want to say Xano, but it's got to be Punisher. I mean, it's been cores every single time. I got to stick with that. I got to get one right guess. At least one correct guess this entire time. Otherwise, I'm going to have problems with production. Production, show me Punisher. Show me the MVP. Come on. All right, I got it.
If it was Sano, dude, that would have been the ultimate troll. It would have been the absolute ultimate troll. But a very good performance from him. He has played an exceptional series. 22 kills, 3 deaths total. An amazing performance. And of course, this last game, Medusa just finishing 15-0-11. But look at the average GPM, dude. Between Alchemist and Medusa, 937.
Yeah, that is incredible. Like getting pretty close to that 1,000 mark. You'd think that these games were stomps, but they were surprisingly back and forth. So amazing job here by Punisher. I hope that he keeps this up heading over into the main event. And congratulations once again to Punisher and Team Ecuador for moving forward with this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's been a fun tournament. It's been a lot of cool games here in these qualifiers. This was the Americas qualifiers, but there is going to be a lot more happening for the IESF World Championships. There's still Asia and Europe coming, which a lot of teams, you're going to be want to watch out for. But as of right now, there are, am I mistaken? There's 4 teams totally confirmed at the moment: Indonesia, United States, Northern Cone, and Southern Cone. So we have 4 teams confirmed for the main event. We'll be seeing a lot more as these days go on, but I believe that's going to do it for Neff and myself as we got to cover our favorite regions, man. It was great.
Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure bringing you guys this broadcast. Had a lot of fun casting it after my brief hiatus, and I look forward to watching more of this tournament in my own spare time. So thank you everyone for tuning in.
Absolutely. ISF, thank you for having us. Again, my name's Cryptic. I'm here with Neff. We'll see you all very soon, hopefully. And as always, have a wonderful night.